No, I have not. The 60 ball drill or whatever.
Yeah, so Alex, we're just going to put you on time at 6. Is that correct?
Looks pretty good. You want to look at that? Focus on the air.
Right. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's past it. That's it. Yeah, maybe a little bit more to one side. No, back the other way. A little more. I think right there might be okay.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's listed at the moment. So once we get everything ready, we'll just
How you doing? Nice.
Yeah, there's that thing right there.
Oh,
That short fella's good to see it.
Yeah, the only thing we need to tape off is this cord.
That goes here.
That's the internet.
fucking A, I do. I can do something today. I know what you need.
area?
Yeah. How about we just wake up and look around and that way we won't be knocking on
Take a look at the framing, see what you think.
I like it. I like it when you see the players around here, but it's too on the table.
Hey, also, Anthony texted me. Sorry if I interrupted. Anthony texted me that he had a set of Hyperion Cyclops balls, like a TV set. So I told him to bring it. Corey's bringing them in. I figured we could take a look. As long as they're not like beat up the hell, we could probably have them all in whatever. But that does help being able to see what's what. Diversify it on the screen.
I'm gonna go outside and talk into this and see how it sounded.
How are they for Polish?
Swear to
Let's see if they make a difference in the being able to recognize them.
I need to send a link to myself.
Thank you so much. I'm glad I got to see you one more time.
It's a little out of focus, I think, on the bottom half.
Is that better? It's better.
Yeah, just everything's better. Yeah.
What do you think's better, Alex?
Actually, you should try that. That's really good.
Well, the only thing that sucks is the 7 ball. Absolutely blends in.
Yeah. I don't know, Russ.
The 7 ball's terrible, but the other ones are fine.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, the only one hey Russ, the ball I would say is pretty bad is the 7 ball on the Cyclops set. It blends in perfectly with the felt.
Okay, talk into it every like 10 seconds.
Okay. Testing 1 2 3. Testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm about 6 inches away from the microphone. 6 inches away from the microphone. Hello? Testing. 1 2 3. Testing. 1 2 3. Testing. Testing. Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me.
inches sounds good.
Yeah, like right here,
You can even go further back.
like back here.
Yeah, like that.
Cool. So I was thinking, do we want to alternate commentators? Like I figured, you and Russ could do one, and then me and Russ could commentate your match. You and I could commentate his match. And I don't know if all three of us could try to sit around here and commentate, or
Jeff can get in on one too.
yeah, for sure if he wants to.
Let's have to fix that.
Can you hear it over the music?
I would have to ask Quentin that. But I'm sure that with it being empty like this, when they start, they'll turn it down. It's not going to start getting busy. So I have to worry about
Do we have a tournament here? I know a way to get rid of your social anxiety stuff.
You've been helping great with that already.
You can run the Steiner Calcutta.
I know, I wouldn't want to take the goat away.
Whatever. Pisses me off. I don't know who's won. No, they ain't still playing. Man, they play fast. Jesus, those guys. Oh, yeah. My nemesis. How you doing?
My brother's doing very good. He was like, he made it like, he walked up to the camper and goes, hey man, you got a full match? Oh no, that's like next week.
You're a regular comedian. I mean,
Yes, sir. You volunteered to play Hurley.
Oh yeah,
I'm trying to fill in that slot with people that are playing tonight.
Okay, so with Jeff, right?
Yeah.
not Nick. No, I just
No, I mean, that's bad action. If he wins, it's bad. If he loses, it's bad too. So, I played John, but I was heckling Jeff the other Monday night, I think. Or Thursday night. Trying to get him to play $10 game.
Yep.
Yeah.
He wouldn't play.
No, he wanted to do a race like 5 for 20. I go, how about 20 games? And then I go, let's just do 10. He goes, no, I'll do
I
it.
think Juan would be a good person to talk to because he doesn't mind throwing 300.
This is at 10, though, right?
Whenever they're done, but yeah, it's easy.
We don't really know. Starts at 6 and then.
Because people were calling down from earlier. Quarter 1, yeah. Let's start it at like a bar closing time. I should hit the ball, though. I haven't hit the ball since like June. But no, that was terrible. Well, I don't have the right prescription. I thought you got the They look like normal sized Vince was somebody else.
We just played Anthony.
Oh, he's not here yet.
Yeah, I didn't bring my stuff. I already knew you guys were out here. Yeah, but I should have won it because I fucking slept the ball.
That'd be good.
You missed when I played in the season and winning side.
Where'd that guy go?
Russ, can you check your? Check your Facebook and see.
That looks pretty good after premiere.
Yeah, it looks good on there, but I'm trying to make sure it looks good everywhere.
We had him over on these tables.
What's your name? My name's Brian. That's right, Russ. I met you the other day. But I got a really cool intro from Mark, and he's wearing a stupid ass. I talked to him. And he walks out this thing. He says, "Where's my drug dealer?" Well, he would know what they say. So that's that. You guys are all playing him tonight. Sure. That's something.
Looks pretty good.
And then it'll go like WWE and I think I can do that. Plus, all these things have because they got very I told you I didn't bring my drink. And I can just send my stuff I like
Collaborations. How you doing? Friday's here, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's remember those Friday night fights.
The last time I did it, instead of having like a harsh better next to it, and have that fight like most of the time.
So like we tried to put the battery in there after we get the battery up and we it's arcing on something like it's all burning.
Can we fade this
Like grab this, I'm trying to this is supposed to be making it easier.
I'm sure we.
I don't know. I gotta take some of the one of the fuses that arc and back to
Some were excited, some were like bad. No, it's just bright. It is what it is.
yeah, we've got everything.
And so, whatever.
Here we go.
How many are you both came out the other day? He helped me put
You need to go to, speaking of cool shit,
yeah.
they have a,
I'll just send
down
that.
here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not doing here, and actually, my, but, I don't know if they're using it could be doormat.
Oh, you good?
That's on their little flashy sign. Fuck, you're a cool guy.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, wait. Yeah, see now?
That's like a
And you're right here. Like match. Yeah, that would be. So, I'm just wondering.
I know Adrian.
Okay, so I tried to find our deal on YouTube. Maybe we don't have enough subscribers, or what is it called?
Search, it's called Vision, but sometimes like something arbitrary like that is hard to find unless it's a huge channel. If you type in Earl Strickland being Earl Strickland, you'll see the video that I have. The only reason you can watch this right now is because I sent you the link, so nobody else can see it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But this is what I do. Since that video has quite a bit of views, it'll come up the first time, and you can just go to our channel here.
Yeah, well, how you want to
I'll post the link.
Well, how about food? Okay, that'll work.
If you want to share the whole channel, you can just do this. Copy link and then post that. Like check out our YouTube channel.
So I'll put copy this and send it out.
Yeah. I'll do it when the stream goes up. I'll directly link the stream so people can go directly to it. And wait. And then we can just load the channel.
I have a buddy of mine. I move it. He's what I call, and he wants to sit in his house and watch it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's we gotta follow.
We have 188.
I know. I see that.
Yeah.
Idaho Capital Clash. I want to come up instead of Friday night fights. Let's put something with Vision in it.
I jotted down a couple of things.
Cool with Vision.
I was thinking it'd be kind of cool if the winner could either pull out the challengers for next week or set up the matches.
Vision Clash. Stuff like that.
Visionary like
We'll figure something out. Should we ask him?
Can you hear it on the? You're outside.
Yeah.
Did you? Okay. Loud. What I was thinking too, if they'll let it, if they're planning on letting us keep doing this, I got an idea. If we had a piece of plexiglass and just connect it from that post to that post with like a slide,
Let a camera.
so that they can't hear the commentary.
Good idea.
Because all it takes is a big ball. Looks like a little kid made it. And it works. What he did is he can look out, but all around the walls he has.
That's good. As far as like
Yeah, I mean, it is
$40
literally like this big.
Yeah.
And with
We could make a portable one and slide up.
yeah.
Careful with that.
I was thinking kind of along the lines of
I'll ask them. No, you can. Why don't you ask them? And then they'll become more familiar that you're part of it.
If they can turn it down. Then.
Yeah.
looking and trying to drive. Yeah, and just kind of replicating that or doing something. So what's the role for the heavyweight matches?
I think just BCA, and I think we thought we would do winter breaks. What do you think about that? Winter break? Russ? Winter break?
You guys can decide that.
I guess you just agree on however you want to play. Alex, do you want to have a set amount or a set rule set, or do you want to do play
We could there would be BCA. That's eight ball on the break. On the break.
I got you.
Spots
Yeah,
out.
no, sorry.
There's some good rope. Gets the chance to break again.
Okay.
Or they
So
can
you want
you just want to separate.
yeah, just quiet.
I think that we decided which breaks.
Alright, and then
Well, I think the one.
yeah, big enough this.
Yeah, it's tough because in BCA they do alternate for an amateur. I
It was Dr. Pepper.
think I'm that good, so I kind of like.
Oh, you do want me to pull that one?
Yeah, I have to make the break at like for something like 9 ball or 10 ball.
You got cans now, or you just got
For a few games. I think we would break with the 8 ball would be fine. 9 ball. It's up to you and Jeff, really. I honestly take it up to the plate. Where did Montreal go? Like I like the arguments for an alternate break. I like the shape. I think it's
Yeah, why is she
I
working?
don't just. I haven't seen you in a minute, sir.
Are you playing?
Yeah.
Do you want to go over the rules with them real
Hey,
quick?
so what's the how's that going? Is that one association?
I already recorded.
Really? So this is just wing
Inside, like I wanted to do like a WWE wrestling type thing.
Really? What happened?
That guy was a good guy, and he recorded something, you know. But that means you gotta be the bad guy. I have to be the bad guy. Yeah. So you gotta come off.
Oh,
The bad guy.
yeah, well, I'm out of
I'll try.
I should have brought a headset. Two headsets.
Because here's the thing.
The commentators didn't have to listen to it.
I really don't. No, but I didn't know if this was like.
You have them at the house. Get them. I can have them to start. How about you can get it started and then I'll take over and you can run all the way.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I also don't know, because I didn't test it with them. I don't want to fuck up this mic.
So it's 40 apiece to run all this. Oh, so what do you mean? 40 apiece, 3 just for play, not necessarily money in the pocket.
We're not taking much on it. We're trying to do winner gets 70, and then we're just going to roll $9.
Practice. But I haven't been playing. What you guys had this 2 months ago? It's been all over. Interesting. Yeah.
All right, Alex, we're going to go live. You want to hop over to me?
There's Forrest and Corey. You got a quarter by chance?
I don't. I have about 1,000 in my truck.
I'm wondering is where do you, where do you feel like
Okay, we're live. This is the first ever Vision Pool live stream. Pretty exciting. We got the first match is going to be Corey Collins versus Forrest Weibel. And just give us if anybody's watching at the moment, just give us a second to get everything set up.
Did you get what's in your bag?
No, but we're live right now, just so you know. But you can go get that right now. Okay, yeah, just we're gonna be probably 5 or 10 minutes before we actually start, but. Okay, so we're still not started yet. We got 3 people in here. Just letting you know that we're probably 5, maybe 10 minutes away from actually getting started.
why are you touching my stuff?
Don't yell at me. If I want to be yelled at, I'm going to stay dirty.
Right?
Oh, I didn't open, so I'm guessing I didn't hear anything. I'm gonna say yeah.
What's really good?
You probably shouldn't leave that ice cream out.
Oh, yeah. My bad.
Open the door and get that. Because it'll stay for a little bit, like it'll still stay hot.
I just realized what you're saying.
How the hell are you? Wait, bring it along. What have you been up to? How are you? How's it going? Thank you.
One of the Hornitos. Yeah. You want the berry?
Yep. We're live right now. Thank you.
All right, all these shots together.
All right, so we're getting started now. Alex is discussing the rules with Forrest and Corey.
Like Mark was here.
8-ball race to 5. Russ, you can go share that. Share it on your page. I posted it in Treasure Hunt.
Okay. Shit, when you come back from Sacramento, you cut out of your car. Potato chips and French fries and Mexican candy and change, fucking everything. He's the worst. Oh my God, we spent 2 nights in Sacramento or 3. It looked like we lived there for 3
Looks
months.
like Forrest is going to win the lag.
God. I told him he's going to come back. I told him he's going to do it. He's going to come back with a Cobra Kai shirt.
Okay, rack your own, yeah.
So if you want to be a bully, you're looking at that guy.
Let's introduce ourselves, Alex. We've got 2 viewers in here at the moment.
Hey guys, this is Alex Vogel.
This is Quentin Didi.
Right here, we're here streaming from Vision at the Pocket Boise, and this is the Idaho Capital Clash. So our first matchup, we got Forrest Wibble versus.
I said it wrong. I said Weibel.
Weibel. It could be Wibble or Weibel. So we'll have to clear that with him. I've never actually asked him. Sorry, Forrest. He's playing Corey Collins. It's 8-ball race to 5.
Yeah, so we're on the 9-foot diamond tables. I think every time we stream, or most of the times we stream here, we're going to be playing on the 9-foot tables. I think we might have a couple bar box bashes at some point, but the initial idea was to play on the 9-foot tables. So unfortunately, we do not have a scoreboard overlay this time. This is our first time ever streaming, basically. But next time, hopefully, we'll have that set up. So the week after, how do you say that?
2 weeks from
2
now,
weeks
so it'll
from
be
now.
July 29th.
Yeah.
Will be the next one. For those listening, we still need to fill the last slot. I think we got Jeff Hurley playing 10-ball. He's looking for an opponent. If anybody wants to talk to like a Lucky Johnny or a Twan, Jerry Kirk, I could go on for a while, but talk to them, see if they want to play Jeff Hurley. We can get him on one of these matches.
And that would be 10-ball.
Correct.
So did Corey break? Or Forrest broke dry, I think.
Yep, and right now Corey is running the stripes.
Ooh, and it just hangs up in the corner.
Those tight diamond pockets have saved his life for now.
That's going to
But
be a tough shot out of the jaws. I think he might be hooked on the jaws.
he's probably got to cut that 13 or try to. I don't want him to hear me and have Forrest think I'm trying to coach as a toner.
I wish Russ was telling us that we should get like a plastic visor right here so that they can't hear us. We should probably. I mean, there's nothing we can really do at the moment. They're just gonna have to deal with us talking back here.
But the 13 could be pretty big. Oh, well, it could have hit that 15, I was going to say. But so that brings Forrest to the table shooting solids. He's just got a problem with the 4 and the 1 ball.
Yep.
And if he can get a good angle on the 6, he could probably shoot the 2 in or shoot the 6 in, and then the 2 would go in the side later.
A ball is also a difficult ball that has to be sorted at some point.
Yeah, I don't know how well it passes the 11 from where I'm sitting. Ooh,
It's a good shot. These a lot of people play on bar boxes here in Idaho or in Boise, so the fact that these guys are playing on the 9-foot table right now is possibly a big jump for them. So
I agree, but that was a good shot on his part. He played that with good pocket speed. He just
off a little bit.
didn't cheat it well enough, but something maybe early in the match you miss it, and then he kind of adjusts to it later on once he figures out how the balls are rolling.
Yeah, definitely might be some mid-match adjustments, I'm sure. I mean, there always should be, but definitely playing on this table compared to a 7-foot table is quite different.
What do you think your biggest adjustment was the first time you played on a 9-foot?
I think to generalize that question, you just have to focus like 1,000 times more.
Right.
Because I can almost mindlessly run balls on a 7-foot table, like if I just lay them all out. But I think every shot you really have to focus, which should be what you're doing anyways. But you get to this point where you're playing on a 7-foot table, and it just kind of seems like second nature almost.
Right.
Looks like Forrest tried to throw that ball in, but it didn't quite go.
Yeah, English didn't grab.
So this is the 425.
I think I did 450 and under.
This is 450 and under. So both these players are under 450 Fargo, and it's an 8-ball race to 5. I think we covered that. But yeah, this will be the lowest ranked match that we have tonight. Next, we have 9-ball. Me, Quentin playing Jeff Jones. That's 525 and under. And then we have 10-ball between Vince Brooks and
Anthony Derrick.
Yeah. And then we have Russ Zorn against Mark Adams playing 1 pocket.
So that'll be the late night match. To those of you just joining, the score is still 0-0. We're right in the middle of the first rack.
Both those head pockets are covered.
Yep. So the solids are starting to clear out, and it looks like
45.
45.
We got 8 viewers in here. I posted on my Instagram story.
Nice.
So
Thank you, sir.
should we wait a little while for this? Probably.
Yeah, let's give it a second for sure. All righty. Looks like
Moving along.
he did a good job of getting back to the center of the table after making that ball.
That's really all he has to do again here. Just get back to the center of the table. Maybe leave himself low for the 2-ball might be a good option.
Yeah, I think
That'll work out.
that's a good angle.
You might have to come up off the long rail back to the middle of the table. I'm not sure. I can't really see what he does.
That's a good shot. See, and that could be on a 7-foot. It would be really easy to just stop it and take the next shot because it's a simple cut shot. But when you got 9 feet,
Just like
those
that. It's even that shot is daunting.
yeah, you really got to stay down on those shots on this table. You got to stay down and just trust your shot.
Welcome to the new viewers. We're in Boise, Idaho. This is Vision Pool, and we're streaming our first match of the night and our first match ever between Corey Collins and Forrest Weibel. Lucky Johnny's in the house. We do apologize if the music is a little too loud. We can't really do anything about that. This is a public bar, and they need to make their customers happy. So. Oh, we got one of my homies in the chat. He says, "What is a regulation size table?" It kind of depends. What would you say, Alex?
I would say for an amateur, a regulation size table is definitely going to be 7 feet.
Yeah.
If you go anywhere else or a lot of pros or Europe or anything like that, most everything is going to be played on 9-foot tables. They even did the World Junior Championship recently, and they did those on 9-foot diamond tables. So.
I think it's a bit of a misconception because a lot of people see a 9-foot table and they say, "Wow, that's a big ass pool table." Because every bar ever, every rundown whatever dive bar, has a 7-foot table. So
right.
That's usually what people who don't really play pool is what they see and what they play on.
Yeah, and most bars don't have the space to put multiple 9-foot tables in there, so they will opt for the 7-foot valley most of the time.
Yeah. And it's crazy how much more room having a 9-foot table takes compared to having a 7-foot table takes.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know, I own a 9-foot table of my own, and I recently just had to move, and it made finding a new place super tough. So
looked like Corey was playing a safe there, trying to get behind the 8 ball, but I'm not sure if Forrest can maybe see the 7 and get on the 4 ball.
Yeah, I'd probably if the 4 ball passed, I would probably try to bank the 4. Ooh, I think he can cut the 7 in.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Yeah, so he was able to try to cut it just a little bit off.
I think he's taken every possible shot from Corey, though.
Yeah.
Leaving the 7 over that pocket.
I don't think the 11 passes the 12, so I think he's got to
either give it a gnarly cut in the left corner, top left corner, or play some sort of safety here.
Yeah. It's a rough spot on this one, especially when you got the 7 ball in front of the side. Super hard to play any good safeties.
Can we get possibly some feedback on how the audio sounds right now with the music in the background?
Yeah, can you hear me? Am I talking too quiet? I'm trying to make sure that
nobody's heard anything we've said this whole time. Oh, he tried the big cut, but it's just a little off. That was a hard shot.
Well,
and now both two of Forrest's 3 balls are over the top corner pocket. So
this is another one where the 1 ball's a good shot, but you got to take care where you leave yourself. If he hits that with low, he could stun it to the rail and be behind that 11. So he's got to hit this just right. But if he can just stop and roll this in, then he'll have the 7 and the 4.
This is a situation where you might want to use the bridge. Oh, but he handles it well. Larry Gates is in the chat. What up, Larry? Larry says it sounds fine. Russ, you want to give it a whirl?
I couldn't get my chat to work on my phone.
Yeah, we blocked you already.
Here, let me see if I can figure it out. Okay, but you have to get on the mic.
What's that? Get off the mic. It doesn't have a chat option.
Alrighty, so Corey's looking at shooting that 12 ball. Looks like he'll probably shoot it in the side. Yep, he called it in the side. Needs to fall it off the rail and come out so he can shoot the 11. So he had to put top spin on that ball so that it would travel far enough. He's got a pretty thin cut now. This is going to be pretty tough for him because I don't think that 8 ball passes the 7. So he actually has to hit this pretty hard and go to. Oh no, it's such a thin cut that he's going to bank it because that makes it easier position. I can understand why he would bank this shot for sure. Oh, really great try on the bank. Just the advantage of that is now that Forrest has to hit the 7, the 4, and in the 8 all in the same pocket now. So he's going to play a little 3 ball 1 pocket. Thank you, sir.
Marvin says, you guys sound like veterans in the booth. What do you have to say about that, Alex? Have we ever been in the booth before?
Sound like a nice guy.
Well, thank you, Marvin. Larry says sometimes it sounds like you turn your head from the mic, even though you can hear it fine. Okay. Well, that's good that you can hear it fine. All right. Forrest takes the first. That was the first game, right?
Correct. So the score is 1-0. That was the first rack. We're doing winner's break, so Forrest will break. It's rack your own.
Yeah, and I think I was saying before, but I kind of trailed off in my thought. We don't have a scoreboard now, but next time we will have one when we're kind of more ready for all of this. So you're just going to have to rely on us to tell you the score if you're curious, or drop a comment and we'll make sure to tell you the score.
It's winner break.
Well, you guys can decide on that.
Yeah, we'll leave it up to you and Anthony to decide. I personally, I like rotation being alternate break. I like 10 ball being alternate break and 9 ball being winner break if it's a longer race. If it's a shorter race, then alternate break. So whatever you guys figure out.
Yeah. All right, so game 2, Corey and Forrest. They're racing to 5, so 4 more games, or possibly 4 more games. The lowest possible is 4 more games.
All right, guys.
Okay. Also, I'm not sure if you can see those little white dots when they're on the long rails, but for now you can see that Forrest has 1 white dot moved from the center of the short rail in the back. That means that he has one game on court.
A little bit of movement. I think Corey kind of stood up on that shot a little bit.
Yep, and if you're not familiar with pool that well, you should stay as still as possible through the shot.
Yep, and again, on a 9-foot table, those things really get amplified.
Yeah.
The longer the shot, the more precise you got to be.
Like something like that, you can get away with on a 7-foot table because there's a way bigger margin for error on a 7-foot table.
But it's nice to get some matches. We've had these 2 9-foots in here for, I don't know if it's been quite a year yet or what, but they're the first 9-foot that you can publicly play on in Boise. So it's good to promote some matches and get some people out here playing on them.
Yeah, pretty exciting. These tables are not cheap either. Alex knows firsthand. To have one of these in your house is quite the expense.
Well, I got lucky. I got mine before they raised their prices, so I'll just say that. That was a good cut.
Yeah, nice cut there by Corey. He's gonna find a
Almost
spot.
got his breakout.
I can't tell if the 4 ball goes by the 5 or not, but
Yeah. No, it doesn't sound right, but you almost aren't going to get a much better. Well,
See, like that shot goes in on the 7-foot table.
I think that one he was trying to get the cue ball to hold up so he could shoot that one, because the 10 ball's kind of making that one ball a little funny.
Yep, and that, like Alex was going to say, that's probably the best chance or the best situation that you could use to get on that one ball.
Yeah, he kind of already had position on it, so it seems a little strange, but you almost want to take that shot now. But now Forrest is going to take care of that, so that one ball's going to be just fine going forward.
Tough shot. Oh, when he scratches in the side. Do you want to share the post on your Facebook in Treasure Valley?
So they could do like a video message.
Small world. Yes, it is.
Nice little shot there by Corey. Now he's got shape on the 3 ball. Get on the 6 ball from the 3 ball, and then the 1 ball from the 6 ball. Maybe get on that 4 ball after the 1 ball. Might be a little thin on the 6 ball. You might have to go down for the 4. Okay, he was able to hold it in front of that cluster of stripes. He's got a good angle to get on that 4 ball if it does go. It's the right idea.
For sure. Well, still got a lot of problems with stripes. I mean,
I'm going to walk over there and see if that 4 ball goes.
Yeah, because if that 4 ball goes, then it's a lot easier to maybe get that run. But even the 2 and the 5 being close together, you could follow the 2 in and then follow the 4 ball in and then shoot the 2 into the other corner.
That 4 ball does not go, and also I thought the 13 ball was the 5 ball, so it's also.
Oh, that is a stripe.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're definitely gonna.
Nice shot.
That was a great shot by Forrest.
He's gonna get behind the 8 ball.
Yeah. So.
That's a bit unlucky there.
Probably need to see a safety at some point.
He's gonna try to cross bank in the side.
And
Cue ball's got to get in front of that ball. Oh, yeah. So I just took a walk around the table, and it does not look like the 4 ball passes that 13 ball. So I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen here, but we'll find out. Ooh. He's going to get lucky and hit the 4. We thought it was.
We've all been duped. So it's been revealed that the 5 ball is actually the 13 ball.
But now the table's a little more open for Forrest. He still has this 11 ball behind the 8 ball to deal with. It looks like he might be able to get to it right now with the 9 ball on the side, but it doesn't look.
Well, he did a good job of knocking the 1 ball out. But for me, when I'm playing 8 ball, if I don't have anything I can do with that ball that's blocking the 8, I kind of want to have a couple more balls on the table. That gives me some more options to maybe play a safe or
One thing Oscar Dominguez taught me was don't run out if you can't run out. Leave those balls on the table too.
Oh, he's made
shot.
A great shot. So he's left himself, I think, a bank in the side pocket.
Can he get in there with the 1 ball there?
I'm not
He's
sure.
going to go all the way down to the corner.
But even if, I think you could hit this with some top spin and get safe behind that 8 if you play it right. This could be a good safety. Looks like he's going all out for the bank, though.
It looks kind of sweet, but it's not gonna go.
I think
Oh, good night. Very nice try.
he's still
And he
put.
got shaped for the 8 too.
Yeah, he's put Corey in a real tough spot.
He has.
Um,
If
so-
that 11 ball wasn't hanging, then this might be a different story. But what do you think? What would you do from here?
What would I do from here? I am not super sure. I would.
Just the one cut.
Here's what I would do. I would thin off the 4 ball and try to get the cue ball behind the 8. That way you could break those up, make them more open. Force Forrest to kick at that 11
Yeah.
ball.
It's a good shot.
He could kick the 11 ball in, but then he's still got a tough shot on the 8. So I think that would be probably the.
He's going all the way down.
Oh,
Oh, he stays alive.
okay. So he's got a
It's not,
fairly certain 11 ball will go in. It's just where the cue ball goes after.
it's definitely not natural shape here. It's got to come off probably.
It's putting some inside.
Yeah, inside would do it.
So
He's gonna have a shot, but nothing pretty. Oh, it's just gonna catch the long rail.
yes, it is.
It's a good opportunity for Corey to get this game. The 8 ball hanging, these 2 balls down there, 3 balls.
Yeah, it could be a tough 8 ball shot. You gotta shoot it all the way up the rail like that. You gotta hit it with enough force that it rolls and doesn't lose its
I'm gonna take
direction.
a guess. By the body language of Corey, that 4 ball does not pass the 2 ball.
Yeah, I think it's still in the same spot it was. And at this point, you gotta go. There's almost zero safety potential.
You could load it up with right off the 4 ball and try to check it up behind the 2 ball, maybe.
Might be able to try to, like one pocket wise, you might be able to bank the 2. I didn't want to say
Kick and
that and
stick.
have him immediately start looking at it or something.
Yeah. Looks like he might be trying to kick and stick behind the 4
Hey, it
ball.
it could happen.
He
Yeah.
tried it. Let's see what happens down here. He's got. Ooh.
Oh, that's tough.
It's not an easy shot. This is a lot of table between the cue ball and the 8 ball. This is where you really have to get down, stay still, and give a good confident stroke.
Yeah, this is a lot less automatic than you think.
Doesn't look like he's going to leave much. Does have a bank in the top left corner pocket, but shape on the 8 ball is going to be tricky too. Almost have to hammer it in, go around the table.
Yeah, I would almost again. I'd consider playing a
This
safety
is
here.
a good opportunity to play safe, maybe a 2-way.
Yeah, so I'd try to bank the 2 ball by
See, that might have been exactly what he was doing.
So you want to bank the 2 ball by your pocket. He's left it on the end rail, and so now no matter what, even if Forrest missed this bank, he's going to have a tough shot.
Yeah, see now Forrest has a reply safety if he wanted to, and he's got it's kind of a 2-way shot here because he can leave the ball on the
Right.
close short rail. I'm just gonna run.
See,
Not enough though. So that's a good shot.
yeah, that 8 ball's in a tough spot too. So I think we're gonna have a little bit of 8 ball cat and mouse here in a little bit.
What up, Dad? Thanks for joining.
Okay, so you gotta really power this bank in with low spin, otherwise it will hit the rail on that first diamond to your left.
I would almost just play another safe here and try to get it. Well, he did a good job at playing a 2-way there.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an easier bank than anyone has seen so far. So
Well, it depends on if there's a double kiss there. So this is another one where the cue ball might be in the path. If he tries to bank it, the cue ball's in the way. The 8 ball goes off the rail. So yeah, he's chosen to bank it.
Yes, the double kiss did come into play.
I think this is another one of those kind of two-way things where you go for the shot because where the cue ball goes leaves a tough shot on the 2. Kind of let the cue ball go a little bit, but that's still
A little harder and he would have been
Yeah.
good, but that's a makeable 2-ball.
it for sure is. Corey can just bear down and make the shot.
He's gonna have shape on the 8.
Just got to hit that with some top spin. Go back and
Just
forth.
scratch, baby.
That looks good.
Big bounce.
Okay,
He
so-
kind of landed in between.
Yep. So he's got to come with a good shot.
Thanks for tuning in, Dad. I'll be playing in the next match. We'll see what happens here with Corey shooting the 8-ball. He just misses and leaves it hanging over the corner. That's not a great feeling.
Yeah, it can be really tough. It was a tough angle. Sometimes on the screen, it looks a lot easier, but
Yeah,
It was
this is a big table, so those angles are more drastic than you would probably think.
so Forrest has taken the lead to 2-0. Now he's up 2 games. He needs 3 games. Corey needs 2. So it is winner break. So Corey's got to kind of climb out of a hole. The one thing I would just say, if any players are rewatching this, just staying down on a lot of these shots and staying still, watching how the shot goes through will help you out.
Yeah, and don't take Alex's words lightly because he is a certified pool instructor.
Uh-oh. That is correct.
That is correct. You said Corey needs 2?
No, Forrest needs 3. Corey needs 5.
Yeah.
Sorry, I might have got my numbers a little mixed up there for
Yeah,
sure.
so we're racing to 5. It's not a best of race. We're racing first person to get to 5 wins. So we have Forrest at 2, Corey at 0 at the moment.
So
Yep, I'll be obviously I won't be commentating during my match, but whoever gets to 5 first, the game will be over, and then me and Jeff Jones will start playing 9-ball. I'd like to take a beat.
all right, Forrest broke dry. So it's an opportunity for Corey to at least pick whether he wants to do solids or stripes. It's the best way to try to get back in control. Corey's really trying to switch the momentum up. He almost came through and got that last rack. Just a couple tough rolls on him. So he's shooting that 12 ball in the side.
So I don't know. I'll let you know that when I hear. Okay, I'm out of here. I thought maybe don't use good news. So yeah, I don't feel that way too.
All right, so he's left himself tough. He's going to have to play that 10 ball into the top right corner. Oh, he's playing into the left corner, which means he's going to run into those solid balls probably. That'll probably leave him a shot on the 11. Okay. Forrest is coming to the table shooting solids. Looks like he's not going to have a great shot. Looks like he basically has a real long shot at the 5 ball.
Michael Barroso asks who's commentating. We got that's the player. We got Alex and we got Quentin.
Yeah, thanks to all the new people here. It's Alex Vogel here with Quentin. Score is 2-0 Forrest. Match started a little bit later than we wanted it to, but we're currently in the 3rd rack.
Stick around because we got 3 more matches after this one, each one going up in skill level. Well, I guess the last one is kind of arbitrary, but the last match will be 1 pocket, so it's a very different game. A lot of people might not know about it if you're not really deep into pool life, but very intricate game.
Yep. So we'll have our own Russ Zorn.
Oh, that's a nice shot there by Forrest.
Yeah, Forrest is really starting to get warmed up. He's starting to trust his arm a little bit more and fireballs in. So once he, yeah. Ooh.
Just hung up.
See, he was actually a lot closer. He's been a little bit short on cutting those all up the rail. That was the closest one, but on that one he hit it too hard. If he hit it the same speed he hit the last couple ones, I almost certainly think it would have gone in.
You might have been trying to do something with the cue ball, but it's a good point. Pocket speed is pretty important, especially when you're making a gnarly cut like that.
I'm gonna grab a drink.
Could you get me a Rainier? We got Jeff Jones warming up on table 1 right now. Him and I are playing next. Take a peek over there and see how he's shooting. See what I'm up against. Him and I are actually playing in a Scotch doubles match coming up, so we got to know each other's game pretty good. The last couple of weeks we've been practicing a bit. Yeah, and Jeff is a great shot, so hopefully I put up a fight, but we'll see how that goes. Okay, so we got Corey up to bat. Doesn't look like he can hold that ball for the 14. He's gonna try. Oh, that's a good shot. Looks like he can draw that cue ball back off the 10 ball for the 14. Maybe. We'll see what he wants to do. It looks like that's what he's trying, and that's what he did. Great shot there by Corey. Thank you. Now here, you almost have to I think you have to go forward with this ball. If there's enough angle, that's what he's going to do. That's what he did. Ooh, it's got to hold up a little bit. Great shot, just a little off on the position. A little hard on that hit. I think he still does have a shot, though.
Yep, just if he can reach it. So you can hit this 8-ball in with inside spin, and then it'll go right into the 2. It'll take away a lot of scratches, and you can hit it a little bit harder than you normally would. But since it's such a big table, he has to do that with a bridge, and that makes that shot so much harder. Here in America, most players don't use the bridge very often. It's something in other countries they make fun of us for it because we just never practice with it. We'd rather play left-handed or behind our back.
Yeah, we feel like it's we call it the granny cue, so it's got a bit of a stigma, but it really shouldn't.
Nice shot.
Go in. Oh, very nice shot.
Alrighty, so Corey's
on the board.
Corey's on the board. We have a score of 2-1. Jeff Jones is in the building. He's warming up on the table.
Yeah, he's looking menacing. I'm trying not to look over there. See him.
He's a scary fella.
I might go play a couple racks with him before this is over so I can warm up a little bit.
Yeah, go pretend like you don't know how to shoot today and miss everything.
I played a match with a guy that was here before we started the stream, and I was really feeling good, so hopefully that carries over.
Yeah, so I think we anti-commentator cursed Corey into making that 8-ball. We were talking about how hard it is to use a bridge, and you just made us look bad.
Yeah. So got down on that one and slanged it in.
Alrighty, so I think Corey got to break in the first rack, I believe, but we'll see how Corey chooses to break. All right, both players are shooting with peach hour cues. Forrest told me he has a OB Phoenix shaft.
It's a good solid break right there by Corey. We also have
The notebook. Sorry about that.
We have Anthony Derrick in the house. He just walked in. He's going to be in the, what is it, 525 and up?
Anthony Derrick's playing in the. I think I did 575 and under.
Oh, 575 and under. So
Or no, Anthony. I did
He's a
600.
480
I believe I did 600 and under because I believe Anthony is a 580. And so for those of you guys that are new to pool, we do have a skill rating system. That way we can handicap and make these matches fair.
not just us, but like pool in general has a skill-based rating.
So there's a guy named Mike Page out of Fargo, North Dakota. He invented an algorithm so now mathematically calculates what your skill is based on who you play. And so it's called your Fargo rate.
It's a lot like if anyone's familiar with chess, it's a lot like how the chess scoring works or rating works. Are we reporting these to Fargo? Can we do that?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
What up, Jeff?
So both of these gentlemen have been playing pool for roughly around 20 years. Corey says 20 years, Forrest says 18. So they're both very experienced. They both have the ability to kind of turn it on, especially as these players warm up.
Ooh.
That was just really unfair that it didn't go in. But as these players warm up, you'll wouldn't be surprising to see a run out or two or something like that from one of them. So, all right. But we got Forrest back to the table. He's getting that 7 in the side. We'll see if he tries to break that 5 ball out. That's really his best chance to.
Yeah, so when we say this is the lowest rated match we have tonight, that doesn't mean that these guys are not good players. It takes a lot to get to 400, really. To get to around these guys is it takes a lot. Like Alex said, these guys have been playing for 20 years, and here they are. So
Yeah,
there's nothing to laugh about.
Yeah, it'd be fair to say that the national average is 450.
For serious players, not just anyone.
Yeah, and so once you hit the 450 range, you're kind of getting right to that level where just a couple corrections that you can make and you're playing good. And then sometimes, some days you'll come to the table and just see it a lot better. Be able to make a lot more shots, see where you want the cue ball to go.
Thank you guys for tuning in. It would mean a lot if everyone that's in here could like the stream right now. We got 7 likes and 10 viewers, so we would appreciate it.
Yeah, and any comments, questions about the players or any matches that you'd like to see, players that you'd like to see us have match up. We know we have some heavy hitters out there. We're trying to get some cool matches going. We already have a couple booked, but as long as it keeps going strong, we'll keep doing it.
Nice shot there by Corey, but where's this? Oh, and he breaks the 12 ball out. What a shot.
Yeah, so.
This is a tough shot on the 10 ball, though.
I wouldn't shoot the 10 ball. I would cut it the 12 and try to make that 4 ball.
That's a good shot. Yeah, so Alex said he would have tried to get rid of that 4 ball because if you look at the table, the 5 ball, the 2 ball, and the 3 ball are all in relatively difficult positions. Corey did get a little lucky because he kind of hid Forrest from going for that 4 ball. But since that 4 ball is over the pocket, It's going to make it easier for Forrest to get out. That looks like it's tracking into the corner, and it just stays
no,
up.
held up. Let's put Corey in a super tough spot. He doesn't have anything you can shoot at. But yeah, you really want to, if you're playing your opponent, a lot of times they'll play a hard shot, and they'll have a ball like that 4-ball that gives them more confidence to shoot at the hard shot because they know that they'll have an easy shot afterwards.
They don't really have to worry about position too much because that ball's a gimme.
Yep. Yeah, in pool terms, if you say a duck, that's basically a shot that anybody could make. You could have somebody sitting at the bar come up and take that shot for you. Okay, that was definitely a safety. Corey was trying to tie the 9 ball up with the 5. So he has blocked Corey from seeing the 4. So Corey has blocked Forrest from seeing the 4. Sorry, their names start the same way, so I'm definitely mixing them up here. But so he's got a tough shot. I would.
Can he not kick into 4-ball? 8-ball's there.
He can. I just think he's elected to drill that bank
Wow,
shot.
that's what he elected to do. Drill the bank shot and get shape on this 5-4 combo.
Yeah, see, that's not a bank shot that's like super big in my vocabulary. There's definitely other bank shots I try, but he's hit it a couple of those, so it's clear he's pretty comfortable with seeing those ones. So
That's a tough shot across the corner.
But sorry, Forrest, now that I've seen you making all those, I'll make sure to never leave you that shot.
Oh, and he does really good by a lot of times with combos, you leave the next ball you're going to shoot kind of awkward, but he did a good job of keeping that 5-ball out there ready to shoot. But he does have a big task getting on the 2-ball from here.
You might need a Mike Burroso to come and hit this 5 in and get position on the 2. It's going to be a tough shot. He hit that
A little
real
harder,
nice.
he would have been perfect. But
Yeah, so he still made the ball. You can definitely get greedy with that cue ball, which can cause you to miss the shot. So he made sure that he made it. I also really like that shot too.
Yep, that's a good shot. Yeah, I don't know if that 10-ball goes in the side, but if it doesn't, then that's a great shot.
Even if it goes in the side, you got to really get into that cue ball to avoid the scratch because
That's a good
it's
point.
hitting it so thin that
Tracking right into that corner. And I think if it's that thin, you're going to have to come down to this rail, back to that rail, and then up for that 12 and 9 ball.
Yeah, so for me, I'm probably hit the 9-ball thin and try to leave the cue ball behind that 8-ball. Kind of right where it was.
Ooh, is he going to leave it in the pocket? Yes, he is. And the 12-ball gets in the way of the 2-ball.
So I think the 2 is makeable. Like there's a path for it to go to the pocket, but there's a real low percentage with the cue ball hanging in there like that. You could try the shot 10 times, maybe make it 1 time.
Yeah, very hard shot. Just Johnny says, the lighting looks great. I like the ability to see the table nice and clear. Great job, guys. Oh my gosh, he almost made that ball. Thank you. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good as well.
Yeah. So even though that ball didn't go in, that's still a testament that Forrest is a pretty straight shot.
Yeah, very straight.
So,
And his 2-ball is blocking that 12-ball's pocket.
Yeah.
So Corey's going to have to figure out a way to get on that 12-ball.
Yeah. So he could. I don't know if he thinks the 12 will go off the 2. Okay.
Makes the 9-ball.
So he might be playing a bank shot from here.
I like the bank. That's a 1-pocket shot right there.
For sure.
I mean, you have to make it, though, because the 2 is a duck, like we talked about.
Yep.
The only way for that 2-ball to not be a duck is if that cue ball was on this close short rail. And he shoots the 12
He avoided
ball,
the double kiss
and
and
he
made the
makes
bank.
it.
Oh, but he's got to bank it again.
Ooh, and he gets a little unlucky kiss on the 8-ball.
Yeah, that is pretty rough. He hit that bank shot really good.
That was a great shot.
On that bank shot, if you go back and rewatch it, it is kind of difficult to keep the cue ball from staying out of the path of that ball banking in. A lot of times players will hit it in a way that the cue ball's right in the way and the ball, they collide and then does not look good. So,
Looks like the 8-ball might get in the way of the 2-ball here.
Yep. So if
Will we see a jump shot?
if Forrest is blocked on that 2-ball, he may go rail first, or like Quentin said, he might grab his jump cue. But the 8-ball is so far away that if he jumps at it, it'll probably clear the table.
I'm not much of a jumper myself, so.
Yeah. So he's got to go rail first. Oh no, he's gonna kick at it.
I kind of like the kick here too. Oh, that doesn't look good. He's putting a lot of left on.
Oh, he's got it. That's good. It's good
Good
contact.
hit, yeah, and he leaves him right in that pocket. Corey's got a pretty good shot in the side pocket though, so.
And the score is 2-1. So this is a pretty important rack. I mean, we could tie it, or Forrest could be 2 games away from victory. So this is.
Yeah, what's the word?
That was a really good shot to tie the match.
The spread on that match was big, so like Alex said, Forrest could go ahead 1-3, or Corey could pull 2-2. So that's a big swing, is the word I was looking for.
Correct. And so Corey did a good job. He lost the first 2 racks and hung in there. Shot for shot, he's come back. It's, and sometimes when you're playing these matches, it can be tough because, you get a few tries at the table or whatnot, and you start feeling discouraged, or you see your opponent start making a bunch of balls. If you just hang in there and just one shot at a time, the next thing you know, you could be up on them or tie a game.
Especially, I don't know if Alex mentioned it, but winter breaks, that's
Correct.
It's a big incentive to run racks.
Shout out to the Pocket for letting us run this. Pocket Boise, if you guys don't come play pool here, they got a bunch of really awesome pool tables, good weekly tournaments. These tables are owned by 4 Rails LLC. And again, shout out to Heather, Earl, and Wayne for being instrumental in bringing 9-foot tables to the Valley. So it's thanks to them that they could do this. So definitely give them a shout out.
It's a good looking break there by Corey. People are going to come back in the middle of the table. He's going to make the 6.
Yep. So he's
Very
made the
nice.
6, and he has he can shoot a stripe or a solid in. It looks like the 7 is a little bit of a tougher angle that far away. You got to be careful with it, but
I think it's 10 otherwise.
he could shoot the 15 in really easily. Yeah, he could get that 10 ball in the side. So I'm just saying, for solids, you got to take a little bit of a tougher shot, and you got the 4 ball and the 2 ball on the rail.
The only thing with stripes is that 14 ball down there, but you have the 12 ball to get on it. So
Yeah, I agree with his decision to take stripes.
so he did a little funny here.
I wouldn't want to hit that 4 ball in with that 9 ball, kind of making it a little weird. So the stripes are all kind of laying out. He's already kind of put himself in a funny spot.
We'd also like to thank one of our sponsors, the Billiards of Idaho store.
Shout out,
G.
shout out Carla, Jean, and Jeff. They have a bunch of billiard supplies, gloves, pool tables. I think they're the only place, if you're interested in Rasan tables, they're the exclusive Rasan table dealer.
And they have one in their store that you can try out.
Right. And they're the only store in town where you can actually go in and try out a cue before you buy it. Carla Jean is super knowledgeable, has been playing pool longer than most of us have been alive. So she can help you find the right cue that fits you. She also has cases, gloves, all that other stuff. So
every pool accessory you could dream of, they either have or they can get. So
and, back to the match.
it's a good shot to get on that.
Yeah, it was a
tough
really good
ball.
shot. So I think that what he needs to do here, it's kind of tough because he can roll this ball in and then shoot that 9 ball on the side, but he's got to do something crazy to get the.
He got shape on the 9 ball from there, but he's going to be tricky getting shape back on that 12 ball.
Yeah, so it looks like you might have to jack up and hit this low of the cue ball to get some draw on it. so that he can hit that 9 ball in and it can move back, because that 8 ball is blocking his path from just shooting.
Yeah.
If he just shoots that ball in.
So you're saying draw it back between the 3 and the 7 and cut the 14 in? Oh, and the 9 ball comes out of the pocket.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
looks
so-
like he might have gotten shape on that ball.
Yeah, so I was thinking if he hit that 9 ball in, a little bit of low to stun it to the other side of the 8 ball
Oh, I see.
from where the cue ball is right now. Then he could have shot that 12 ball in and gotten position on the 8 ball. All right, this isn't a easy pickings for Forrest. There's a ton of his balls on the table, but it's just kind of awkward. Every shot looks a little weird. The one shot that would be easy, the 5 ball, totally blocked by the 8.
Yeah, and you might be wondering why he's not shooting that 7. It's because the cue ball is glued to that 8 ball, and jacking up on that shot is a very dastardly situation.
So I almost thought that was a good save, but there is the 9 ball right there. So
It
we'll
looks
be
like you
seeing.
can stun draw just a well, I guess that 5 ball's in the way of the 12 ball, so
Yeah, you almost could roll the 9 in and hit the 8.
ball out of the way. Yeah.
It's kind of, I usually try to stay away from contacting the 8 ball ever until I'm shooting it. But
Oh, but he did a great job of that
See,
one.
yeah,
Just
that would have
barely
been-
missed the 9 ball.
see, he would have been perfect
He
if
would
that
have been
9
out.
ball would have gone in.
Yep.
Yeah, he just hits that. So, but now this is kind of, as long as Forrest is careful with his cue ball, he can kind of control this rack, and he can play this in a way that Corey never gets an easy shot at the table again.
That 2 ball is his biggest problem ball.
And again, constant theme, but this is an important match. Whoever wins this, or important rack, I mean, important game, whoever wins this will be in the lead and
Possibly
breaking.
Corey's first lead of the match.
Right. So. See, I'm kind of a crazy kid. I would have really tried to leave that 5 ball over there for later, because it was blocking Corey's 9. Now we just got to be a little more careful and make these shots.
Yeah, he left himself on the rail there. That makes it a lot
Yeah.
more difficult to make that ball.
Yeah, and see, and that's what I was saying. If he wouldn't have shot that 5 ball, even missing that ball, Corey wouldn't have been able to shoot that 9 ball. But now Corey has a shot at the 9. So it's little things like that that can let your opponent get back into a match. If you plan in your run out and you do something that makes it easier for your opponent to run out if you miss, then you gotta go back to your matches, look at little things like that. You'll see you probably lost a few more than you thought you did.
It's like Corey's trying to hold
He's
that
cut
ball.
that
but
in
he's
really
gonna-
well. Is it going to go behind the 7? No, it's stopping. It's stopping. So he'll be able to shoot at this ball.
So the real thing
But the
cut if he
problem
wants
is-
to make it.
Yeah,
And
so
the 8 ball's on the rail.
it's just really tough because the 8 ball is right in the path. If he cuts that in, he could hit that 8 ball, and that cue ball is going to be going pretty fast. So
He should be able to avoid that 8 ball. If he,
yeah, but you almost want to hit it because to get the cue ball up and back down again.
oh, there we go. Just like Alex was saying, that's perfect. If he avoided the 8 ball on that shot, then he'd be down here on this short rail, and the 8 ball would be on the top rail with no shot. He does have to jack up over the 7 ball, which is not easy, but the 8 ball is sitting pretty over that pocket. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'll have to tip Corey $1 for making me look good right there.
Yeah, that was a good call by Alex.
But yeah, this is still see us Americans in the bridge.
We don't know what we're doing.
All
It
right,
goes in.
great shot, Corey.
Corey
to
takes
go
the
up
lead,
3-2.
3-2.
It was a
3
good
consecutive
shot.
wins by Corey, right?
Correct. Yeah, he came back down from 2-0. Now he's up 3-2, and again, it was a real great shot to cut the 9 ball in. Hold it. He almost hooked himself. Had to do some crazy work to make another tough shot and get that easy shot on the 8 ball, and then. As we know, the pool gods are really mean, and so he had to jack up over a ball and use a bridge. But that's how it goes sometimes. So the match is 3-2, but Forrest, all he has to do is just wait for his next opportunity. I'm not seeing a lot of. There's been a little bit of safety play here and there, but I think that for future people playing in these matches, if you're going to sign up for this, a good strategy going into this, if you're not familiar with the 9-foot, is to have a couple safeties ready. Because I've had a 9-foot table at my house for a few years, and a run out is a occasion to be celebrated at my house. So,
Yeah, these tables are not forgiving.
right, thanks for tuning in, guys. We're at 3-2. Corey Collins has the lead.
It's going to be a dry break, though.
Ooh, that ball just. Alrighty. So Forrest will have an option of solids or stripes. He can either shoot that 4 ball on the side, or he can. Looks like he can cut that 14 into the corner. So
there's 2 problem balls for each suit.
Yeah, well, the 12 and the 6 over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in a situation like that, it's kind of even, but since there's the only breakout ball that there is that the 11 or even potentially that 15 ball on the side. But that's what I was getting at with that. So I think maybe Forrest was thinking about that too, because there's the 5 ball and the 7 ball, so he has 2 opportunities to break those balls out. He could even maybe play a 6-5 combo with that 5 ball there.
Even like that.
So, so far he's making good decisions.
Yep, he might be able to get on that 6-5 combo right now, like Alex was talking about. If that 6-5 combo works, can't really tell from here, but if he stops it right there, he's going for the combo, and that's what it looks like. Maybe the 3 ball. Looks like he's gonna shoot. Well,
he's definitely deciding it now. It doesn't really. So I don't think he likes doesn't look like he likes the idea of the combo too much. So I think we're going to see the 3 ball go on the side. Yeah. Just stuff like that. It's unfortunate, but there's always like 1 ball preventing you from getting a good run out. So
he might have been able to make that 6-5 combo if he might have been trying to draw back a little bit, but ended up just stopping the ball.
Yeah, and I don't think the cue ball did what he wanted to, but I think that he was trying to correct his mistakes. I think he realized he kind of got himself into a little bit of a hole there. He probably should have, shot that 7 ball in and broken out the 6 there if that combo didn't go. But Corey's still got a lot of work to do. So, and Corey's got that 12 to think about. So it's definitely can be cat and mouse where you have a cluster like that. And sometimes you can feel your opponent just thinks that they're better, and so you can force them to try to play a crazy breakout shot.
Yeah.
And then they break it out for you, and then you're all open. So,
what up, Play Story? Thanks for tuning in. For those who might be new to the stream, this is the first match of 4 tonight. This is the 8-ball match, the lowest Fargo rated match of the night. Next, we have the middle match, which is going to be between me and Jeffrey Jones. That'll be a race to, is it a race to 9 balls? Yes. Race to 9 ball, and then we have a race to 10 ball between Vince Brooks and Anthony Derrick, which is the highest cumulative rated match we have tonight. And then we have Russ Zorn versus Mark Adams in a race to 3 1 pocket. That's a nice shot. Looks like he's going to get unlucky and make that 5 ball. A lot of people would say, oh my gosh, he made 2 balls. What a great shot. But he wanted that 5 ball to stay up so that he could get shaped to break out that 6 ball.
You're absolutely right. The only saving grace that he has is that, like I said, Corey has to break out those stripes too. But you stole the words right out of my mouth because that made it. But he actually broke out the 8 ball. That would have been really great if he could have made that 6 ball. But yeah, a lot of times if you're playing, again, those balls that are hanging by the pocket, you want to keep those there and get all your other hard balls out of the way. Make it easier on yourself, not harder.
I gotta use the restroom again.
Oh no. All right, so I cannot see from here if he's got a shot on that stripe that's by the solid. That's the 12 ball. So he does not have a shot. He's going to cut the ball in that's closer to that end rail. He's going to cut that in and try to hit into the 2 balls sitting there, just like that. Oh, there was 3 of them. So that was a really great shot by Corey once again. He's coming at the end of these racks. He keeps coming in with these really clutch shots. It was a good shot, just came up a little bit light. Could have had a little more power. It'd be a little easier to shoot that 10 in the side. But he still has a really good opportunity to make this ball and get on the hill.
Corner?
I think so. That's where I would shoot it.
It's a shot for Forrest, but it's not an easy one.
And lucky for Corey, he has put some pressure on Forrest because Forrest got to make a tough shot on the 6. And if he misses, that 10 ball is just kind of hanging there.
Yeah, with perfect position to get on the 8 ball from the 10 ball. Oh, but he nails it. And gets shape on the 8. That's a great shot there by Forrest.
Yeah, that was a really good shot. So
looks good. Looks good. No.
in the walk away.
What are we at here?
We are tied. The score is 3-3. So we now have a race to 2. So we have a total of 3 games left, no matter what, for this match. And then we'll be getting started on our next match featuring Quentin versus Jeff Jones.
What a great match this has been.
Yeah, definitely good matchup. We're seeing some good stuff from both the players. They're taking advantage of their momentum. I think we've taken a bathroom break, I think is what's happening.
Yep. A little 5-minute break here. Thanks again to everyone who's tuning in. I want to give a shout out to you guys because that's awesome to see 13 people in here. 14 now.
Yeah, it's gone up. At some point, I think we had 20 at one point, but
we got 10 likes too, so thanks for those.
Yeah, like and subscribe to our channel. We want to do more stuff like this. We're going to be recording some kind of, I'll call it behind the scenes footage of some stuff that we're doing. We have a bunch of stuff coming up. As far as tournaments that we're running, we're doing a Scotch doubles tournament. I think we still, last time I checked, we had 12 spots open. We were at either 20 or 21 teams.
Maybe we should do a TV table at the Scotch doubles tournament.
Yeah, we could. So that is going to be partly a fundraiser as well for the raffles that we're trying to sell. So while they're on a break, I'll talk about the raffle with you guys for a second. We shout out to Russ Zorn. He went to the U.S. Open back in 2019. The U.S. Open is it's almost considered like a world championship tournament, but it's the U.S. championship. So every good pool player in the world comes to play and try to win that tournament. When they announce the tournament, there's 256 slots and they fill up within the first hour of it being announced. So Russ went to that tournament in Las Vegas and had over 50 pros sign a queue. So these are signed by top pros: Earl Strickland, Shane Van Boning, Skylar Woodward, Niels Fyan, Clint Kachi, so
you
many.
think it's on that queue, most likely.
Yeah, Efren signed it. I don't think he played in the U.S. Open, but he still signed the queue. If you want to have some fun after you're done watching the stream, of course, go check out Efren videos on YouTube. You can watch highlight reels of him all day. It's super fun. So
Larry Gates signed the queue. How about that? Bet you guys don't know that name. Larry built it also. Yeah, we should mention that.
shout out Larry. It's a pretty queue.
Yeah, he builds queues here in the Treasure Valley. He also does a lot of re-tipping. So if anybody here watching is local, which I'm sure there are a few, Larry Gates is a good guy to hit up and get you a new tip.
He's got tips. Yeah, he does a good job. He has his own little custom break tip that he makes. That's really cool. A lot of players use that. Some people are even shooting with it now.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people shooting with it. Lee Salinas shoots with it. Johnny is shooting with it. And I tried Lee's cue a couple racks, and I really liked it.
Yeah.
All right, so we have Forrest breaking off after the bathroom break.
All right. So Corey's back to the table. He's hungry. He wants to get on the hill. I'm sure he feels a little salty that he's not on the hill. He was real close, and he's been playing real good. So
both these guys have been playing real good.
Yeah, they've adjusted to the 9-foot table real well. And we're not sure how much nerves have come into this too.
I'll tell you right now that I have been nervous for the past 2 days to play on this live stream table. So just from my experience, I would bet that there's some nerves running through these guys' veins right now. I don't know if that's just me. Also, yeah, just playing any scheduled match kind of brings on some nerves. So,
yep. And that's the thing is the fun part about starting to take pool seriously and trying to get good at it is you start getting nervous, or you start, thinking that you can do a shot that maybe you can't do. And so it makes things really fun and interesting. So even though he missed that ball, I like the way he hit it. You kind of have to hit it that way on these tables. The best way to start playing well on these tables is to pick your shot and commit to it. And you really got to not so much hit it harder than you would on a 7-foot. Like, of course you do, but it's more of the confidence and just knowing that you're shooting the shot correctly. But things have gotten really messy with this rack. Forrest is coming back to the table, and I believe he's stripes, but there's no real shot on anything. I think the best option is going to be trying to cut the 11 ball in so that he can kind of. Oh, nope. So he's solid. So I was wrong. Maybe the table open. That was a really good stroke. I just need a little bit more top spin to come off that rail.
Russ just approached us with an idea for naming the stream. It's called the Capital City Clash right now, but it's kind of up in the air. Russ thought it would be cool to call it The View from Table 2, because we're viewing Table 2 from the booth here.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty cool idea.
I've confiscated this from him for the rest of the night.
We'll get Russ in the booth here pretty soon.
Yeah, he's itching. We had to put a gate up so he didn't come and take the microphone away from
Yeah,
us.
he smashed it down a couple times, but we pushed him back.
But yeah. So in a rack like this, I just try to start making my balls a little bit more spread out.
Yeah, and it looks like he had a chance to do that there with that combo, but
And he kind of did that. It's just that he kind of broke out Forrest balls for him a little bit. Sometimes you want to have a little controlled chaos, and if your opponent's balls are clustered up like
sorry,
that,
just move the camera.
No worries.
I think it looks all right.
Slow down. That ball just had a good steady roll on it. It would have been really.
Reverse one pocket break. We'll do that.
I'd rather have it on this day.
Definitely, yeah. I'd almost rather have the everything on this side.
Well, see, for me, again, get all my balls off the rail, leave my opponent tough, try to start getting some easy shots.
Oh, yikes.
See, and that's
Want to make sure the camera's level.
So Forrest will be shooting at this 7 ball. That stripe behind him is going to make it a little tough because he's got to move his cue up, angle that cue. Yeah, and that really takes away your accuracy. If that 15 ball wasn't there and he could have leveled out his cue, I'm sure he would have made that. Well, I'm not sure. He seemed sure it should have gone in. So, but those shots can be deceiving when you're jacking up your cue like that. It just makes it so much harder to do what it is you're trying to do. With the game of pool, there's things happening on the table that are so small your eye can't really tell, and so there's just different things you got to do to take care. So he's called the 5 ball.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
That was a real good cut.
Table spot.
See.
We talked about that. We talked about that.
Not a lot of it. I brought up a little bit.
Nice shot.
All right, so yeah, that was a really good shot. So now Forrest is down to 2 balls again, and this is kind of my theme of this match, is that it's just really scary to have a ball like the 2 ball down there over on that rail and not have any other solids to deal with. Now, yeah,
If I was in this game, I would almost rather be Corey at this moment in time.
see, and he tried to bank that 7, so that was actually a really good thought process to try to bank it, because the bank allowed him to be on the correct angle to move the cue ball down there, but that made that shot really hard.
And
But
now that 14 ball is covered by the 7 ball, though, so it's a bit of a sigh of relief for Forrest. There's a nice shot.
really good cut.
It's going to be hard pressed to make a ball from here.
So Corey Collins is at the table.
You know what does go? Is the carom off the 13 into the 7 into the 14. Actually, maybe not after I look at it.
Well, you never know if you hit the far right
edge of
side
the
of that
7, yeah.
7. could kind of do a little bit of a cut-induced throw. So that shot is there. So one of Corey's favorite players, Corey Collins, one of his favorite players is Corey Deuel. I mean, if there's any player in the world that would have taken on the shot we were just talking about, it's Corey Deuel. So he also likes Shane Van Boening a lot. And for those of you guys that don't watch pool too much or don't know, Shane Van Boening is the world reigning 9-ball world champion. He's the first American to win the title since Earl Strickland won it 20 years ago. So very common favorite player. He's a super inspirational guy. If you guys ever go look him up.
Oh, that was, yeah, he called it on himself.
Yeah, so he called a foul on himself. It was really hard to see what ball was contacted first. It's a good sign that Forrest has good integrity. It's always good to see your opponent admitting.
Yeah, what you don't want to see is the guy who makes the foul look up really quick and look around, seeing, hey, did anyone see that shot? And hoping that nobody did. But no, that was a real honest move there by Forrest. Didn't even look up, just went straight to the ball and handed it to Corey.
Yeah, guys, always call the foul on yourself. It's real awesome to win and everything, but when you have people questioning your integrity, at the end of the day, pool is a game, and we want to make sure that we're doing it the right way. Yeah. So we got.
Looks like Corey's going to break out this 14 ball.
So is he shooting the 9 in the corner?
Yeah.
That's a wild shot.
I know. I think I would put the 9 in the top corner. Yeah.
So yeah, he missed that. He might be like, oh, I can't believe he missed ball in hand, but that was setting that up is a tough shot.
Yeah, and that ball in hand often, when there's problems on the table, ball in hand often comes with a pretty challenging shot because you have to try to, when you have a ball in hand like that, you have to try to take advantage of it and get that that treble ball or treble cluster out of your way. So it ends up making the shot more difficult than, just taking the ball and making a ball.
Ooh. Yeah, it's tough. He needed to put a little bit on that. So that can always be a risk, shooting a ball into the side pocket. When you hit it hard, you just got to trust where it's going to go. Or hit it to the back of the pocket. A lot of players will recommend that you try not to use the side pockets at all because it is somewhat of a tougher pocket to shoot into. When you have those corner pockets, you can actually kind of roll the ball along the rail. Like this is a great example. Oh, so that ball didn't go in, but it had a better chance to. But you can't. There's nothing like that for a side pocket.
No. That's why Earl Strickland likes no side pocket pool tables.
And for you pool players out there, if you ever just go set some balls out, if you overroll side pocket position by even an inch, it makes the shot crazy hard. It goes from an easy shot to now you got to go back and forth on the pool table. No good. So, but even though Corey's got some tough balls to steal with, Forrest is in a pretty tough spot right here.
Is this 7 ball go?
No, so
he for the bank.
So you got the right English on that. Just didn't turn right.
Hey, for all the Mariners fans out there, I haven't even looked at the Mariners game, but the Mariners are up 3-0 right now, and we're going for 12 straight wins at the moment. So that's a pleasant surprise for me to look over the TV and see the Mariners are up 3-0. Top of the 5th inning.
Both commentators are Mariners fans. We're hoping the Mariners make it to the playoffs once again before we're old men. All right, so to me, there isn't really a whole lot to think about on this shot. I think that you have to play a safety.
Hey, he's at least a 400 on the 9 foot.
So yeah, just that shot selection to me, it just kind of opened up everything for Forrest. You just got a cut shot on the 7, but as long as he can control the cue ball a little bit, get that 7 ball in. Okay,
See, that was a good shot. Like Alex was saying, that ball slid in off that long rail.
Yeah.
Nothing like that's ever going to happen in the side pocket. So
it hit the rail and then it hit the corner of the pocket and bounced in. So, I mean, that is something you got to kind of learn how to do it. You can't just walk up to a table and hit a ball and expect them to go in. You have to practice that and figure out the speed. So
here we go, tough side pocket shot.
Side pocket, or he might. I would almost try to go in the
Does
corner.
it go off the 10?
Even if it doesn't, if you miss, you're just making it impossible for your opponent to. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that you can just leave the 8 ball hanging up in that corner, and then that
pocket speed is important here. Let's see how hard he hits it.
Oh wow! So. I'll give $5 to any viewer that can set up that shot and make it within the next 5 minutes and send me a video.
This isn't easy either. It looks like maybe he can just roll up on the 13.
So if he's shooting,
he's got to watch out for the side pocket here.
Oh,
and he did, and he made the ball.
That was a really good shot. I almost would have tried to draw it so that you get the cue ball under that 13, because then you could hit the 13 in that top corner and roll up and shoot the 8 in. Now he's got to do a little bit of a draw where he's got to come off that left side rail. He needs to draw it to the.
Got to put some bottom left on it.
Yeah.
Or are you going 2 rails here?
2 rails. See, and he's left himself a bank shot because he didn't hit it hard enough. See, the cue ball wants to go where it is right now. In order for the cue ball to have traveled a little farther, you had to put a little bit of a stroke on it and hit it so that you kind of, on shots like that, you aim for the cue ball to hit that rail, because it'll hit the rail and bounce off and leave you a cut. This is somewhat of a straightforward bank. You can make this bank shot a lot more than you think you can. Just avoiding the double kiss. So I would bet money against this shot right now. Sorry, Corey, but you got to bank it to the other pocket.
I like the other pocket shot.
Unless I think he sees the double kiss. I think that's the only reason why he would do this.
He avoided the scratch, but it's.
Well, yeah, that's no. So, barring any mishaps, we're going to see Forrest take the hill. So Forrest was up 2-0, and then Corey came back and was up 3-2. Forrest tied up the score. The last rack was actually really close. It could have gone either way. But, see, is he right-handed or left-handed? One of them's left-handed. I think it might be Forrest. If Forrest is a lefty, this is so much harder, because a right-handed shooter would.
What? Oh my gosh.
See, there's I don't know what's I don't. I'll ask him about that shot later. That kind of threw me off a little bit.
The cue ball was to the 8 ball.
Yeah, he could have jacked. I think he was worried about the double kiss, but you can jack up and put a little left or right to
avoid that.
Yeah, the 8 ball was, I think it was makeable, but the shooter could have seen something that we're not sure of. It might have been frozen up on the ball. If it was frozen up on the ball like that, then he was in a really tough spot. So
that was the case. Corey got lucky with that miss on the. Oh no!
He just needs that to not scratch. Okay. So I think a 1 pocket player is going to bank this to the bottom right. I think.
It's a lot less.
Yeah.
That looks like what he's going to do.
Yeah, it's kind of on that 50-yard line where you could bank it to the other one too.
Come up a little short. Is it going to land between the corner and the side? I think he's got a shot in the side pocket.
Yeah, I would call the side pocket, I think. You can kind of roll that and A lot of people worry about the scratch on the shot. If you kind of roll it with a little bit of top slower, the top spin will take and get that
To the
get
rail.
that rail.
Just like that.
Okay, so the score is now 4-3 Corey. Corey's on the hill.
Corey's on the hill, and I'm gonna take a piss.
So what we'll be looking at for this rack, and potentially if there is another rack, Corey could win the match here. But now that Corey's on the hill, it puts a little bit of a pressure on him to close out. Now at this point, Forrest needs one more to get on the hill, so he can probably play this rack a little bit looser. But both players know at this point that any mistake is going to cost them the match. And right now, the winner will receive $70 prize money. So that's what we got on the line. This is where situations like this, you can see some decision making that doesn't really make sense, or they might even miss some easy shots, or on the other side, they might make some crazy shots. So it's really interesting to see how the last moments of the match are going to affect them, because like I said, every decision that we make. All right, so he's elected to bank the 11. That's somewhat of an automatic bank shot if you know how to hit it correctly.
And it goes.
Yeah, so you hit that really good. Russ and I were talking to Nate Stauffer about that shot yesterday at League. We had League, and that bank shot came up.
You get on the 10 ball there, that'd be
Yeah,
awesome. If
yeah,
you
he did.
That's the right shot, I think.
Yeah, I think he just, it's tough because I shoot combos kind of like that too. I'll look at where it needs to hit, and then I go get down and I hit it and just kind of hope that I aimed right, because sometimes
I feel that, dude. It happens every time.
Well, that's literally what Efren does. So, but like sometimes your subconscious can see the shot better, and if you shoot it before you let your mind come in and talk yourself out of it. Like if you think about how hard combo shots are, you really shouldn't even ever be able to make a combo shot. But somehow, they go in, we make them, but they're actually really tough
Ask
shots.
Lucky Johnny about how hard combo shots are. He'll tell you. Oh, just a little wide on that too.
Yeah.
Come back down into this corner, but
Yeah. So since that didn't go in the pocket that Corey declared, it's now Forrest. Forrest will now come to the table and be shooting. In professional leagues, there are some leagues where Forrest would actually have the option to make Corey keep shooting. We didn't specify that rule.
Professionals here.
We didn't specify that rule. That rule will be in effect for 10 ball. So now that we got these matches running out, I'll kind of go into a little bit about what 9 ball is. So right now we're playing 8 ball, which is, a lot of people understand that. You got your solids and your stripes.
That's a good testament to what Alex is kind of talking about. He didn't call the ball to go off that ball, but he called that pocket. So it doesn't matter how the ball gets there.
Yeah.
It just matters if he makes it.
Yeah, Forrest really wants a hill match. He's fighting. It's just he could maybe take an extra second or two to be a little more careful about where the cue ball's going. And this is something that I do, so I can call it out immediately. If you ever watch me play, you'll see me in this position a lot. And that's because you start to
feel the groove, get the groove going, and then you rush it.
Well, I made the last shot. Why wouldn't the next one go in?
Right.
Oh, we went 2 rails. That was a really good look. So it's going to take a lot for Corey to get the advantage back in this match, because he can play some good safeties. It doesn't seem to be something that Corey really looks at too often. So he's looking at what to shoot at. For me, if I'm shooting that 3 ball. There's no other ball.
You got to get on that 1 ball too as soon as you can in the corner to
Yeah,
figure that
the
out
1 ball,
after
or if the 4 ball goes in the side.
Kind of split those 2 balls. But he leaves it jacked up, so this is not an easy shot on the 13 ball for Forrest.
So after we get done with this match, we'll be starting 9 ball. For those of you not familiar with 9 ball, there's only 9 balls on the table. It's every solid, and then the 8 ball, and then the striped yellow ball, which is the 9 ball. And you have to hit every ball in order. So this is a testament to how well you can move your cue ball around and still make the ball in. So it's a different strategy entirely.
Safeties come into play a lot more often.
Absolutely. It's a great way to get your 8 ball game a lot better. If you're struggling with 8 ball, spend a couple weeks. Oh, that started to fall in and then it didn't.
That was frustrating. Yeah, I think when I first started taking pool more seriously, I was like, I'm not really a big fan of 9 ball because it is such a more difficult game, a much more difficult game, and I have started to enjoy 9 ball much more as I progress in the sport. So it's kind of a testament to how difficult it is compared to 8 ball.
For sure. A lot of players will write off 9 ball super easily and call it a luck game, which there absolutely is luck in it.
Certainly, yeah.
But the cool thing about it is that you can overcome that luck by getting better skill. The better that you get, the more the lucks roll onto your side, or you can either kick out of something, bank a ball in.
If you get lucky all the time, chances are you're shooting pretty good.
Unless your name's Lucky Johnny.
Yeah.
He is lucky. That's not skill.
It's like you might. Oh, I guess that 4 ball goes in the corner too. So
Yes, it does. So I would shoot. I'd probably go from 3-6. Shoot the 3 to get on the 6. But that you do want to go. You are right. I think maybe the shot is to take the 4. So that'll get him close. That if you just hit that in with a little draw, get him closer to the 3 ball.
light touch draw would be a good shot. But he's gonna go for the 3 ball here. He's gonna hide behind those Kobe Bryant balls.
Nice. He got the Kobe. He did a really good job with the cue ball. He's left Forrest basically a bank or a jump shot. I wouldn't jump this in just because even if you jump and make it, you're going to be banking the 10 ball next anyway. And if you make that 10 ball bank, then you can make the 13 and almost automatically have position for the 8 unless you do something silly, get behind one of those. But again, I'm commentating tonight, so hopefully all the silliness is at a minimum. All right, he's played safe. And I do, like, even though that 3 ball seems like it's just hanging there, that I really like that shot because you really have to hit that 3 ball in super hard to get it out, to get it to go up to the end rail and come back out for another shot.
If Forrest was able to get that cue ball on the rail, that would make this a much more difficult shot. So that's something to think about in a situation like this. Rail shots are a lot harder than that shot would have been.
Yeah, see, he crushed that ball, and that's why it's a tough situation, but that's kind of the point of these bigger tables is any shot hit too hard, the jaws of those pockets. There are shelves also. When you go look at those pockets, there's usually a given area that the ball has to pass in the pocket for it to fall down. It's still just a really bad spot for Corey. He's still got a lot of work to do.
He's making the 6-3 combo. Looks like here. He overcuts the 6 ball.
Yeah. See, I think the cue ball is going to be in a good spot when he's done.
Might have a cut on the 13.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to cut the 13 in, but I think he almost has to come around to try to shoot the 10 in the same side or up table.
It's a difficult shot. He's got to come all the way back up table for this because the 10 ball has no pocket.
Yeah, so you can go 3 rails and shoot. Yep. So we'll see if it floats.
I go past with corner pocket.
So if that it looks like it goes right in the side, he's not thinking twice about it.
You just got to stop it right
shoot
there.
it in the side, shoot the 8 ball in the corner.
Oh. Just a little more time on that shot would have done me good.
Yep. He's been watching my tapes. That's what I do on a crucial shot. Don't do that.
Yeah, he made a great shot. And sometimes when you make a really good shot, a lot of times a lot of pool players will tell you they make a great shot and then they miss an easy one because they're so excited about how they made that last shot that they forget to think about the easy shot they have in front of them.
So I learned from, if you know Dave Mackey, he's Suzanne Mackey's husband. They run the BCA leagues out in Idaho. Dave Mackey taught me that anytime that you make a good shot, walk around the table for 15 seconds because that's how long it takes for the adrenaline in your body to wear off.
That's a good tip.
So if you just made a great bank shot and got perfect shape on the 8,
I bet you if Forrest did that, this game would be over.
Let's see, and just the way the solids have been laying this whole rack, I haven't really liked Corey's odds, but he is inching himself back into this, and the more opportunities you give their opponent, they'll figure something out.
Yep, no game lasts forever, so. Pretty good shot there by Corey.
Yeah, I don't think there's a...
That top left corner pocket is a big pocket for the 10 ball if he wants to go that route.
He's going for the bank. I think he saw that, though.
Yeah, he just looked at it. See how the 6 ball is just sitting just a little outside that pocket? It makes it so you can hit this 10 ball and still make it. It'll go off the 6 ball.
The only thing I don't like about the shot is where the cue ball goes after.
That's going in, though.
It is, for sure.
Didn't even need the 6 ball.
All right, so tough cut shot to go on the hill. But again, I could just see the way that he's shooting. He's really fighting to get this back to a 4-4 score.
Hey,
okay. That was a tough shot on the 8.
Yep. Good job getting there, though. That previous shot was a great shot.
Good job getting there, and he's got to like where the cue ball landed. Corey's still got the 8 balls out in the center of the table. There really isn't too much in the way of safeties to be able to do, and this isn't the most conventional run out.
If you're just tuning in, Corey's at 4, Forrest is at 3. So Corey needs 1 win to see. There's the 6 ball coming into play. Corey needs 1 win to secure the match. Forrest needs 2.
Yep. So this is one where I almost predict that Corey's going to play position for that 1 ball on the side. He's going to shoot this 4 ball in and get on the 6. Oh, no, he has to shoot the 1 in the corner.
Looks like he can shoot the 6 still.
Yeah. So I would bet he's going to try to cut that 6 in and play position for the 1 on the side. It might mess him up, but he seems to, I'm saying that, but I've been watching him. He plays a lot of corner pocket position.
Didn't really think about that one too much.
Yeah, I don't think he really, like you said, I think he was just making the ball. Because it almost rolled to where he's lucky that he can even try to cut it into that left pocket. It almost rolled to where he was just blocked by that 8 ball. But Corey has a chance to win the match.
It looks like it's going. And it does, and he's perfect shape on this 8-ball on the side.
Forrest is
Take a deep breath.
Stay down real good.
It doesn't leave much, but he missed
So
his shot.
he poked the cue ball a little bit there. Corey, if you're rewatching this, you just got to stroke the ball, follow through. Trust your stroke on those last ones. That's where those nerves that we're talking about come into play.
Forrest is going to try to bank this 8-ball.
Yeah, I like him to make this. He's been doing pretty
He
good
has
with the
been doing
banks.
good banks. Gonna fire it in. That looks good. That looks good. Oh.
That was
Going to hill.
That was a great shot to go hill. 19 people that you're all lucky.
You're just lucky.
Oh, yeah.
Not good.
Yeah, that's my name. It's gonna be soon. It's very lucky.
You want to hop in the booth for a second?
Sure.
All right, we got Lucky Johnny in the booth. What do you have to say, Johnny?
Oh, I say have fun. Good luck, everybody. Right? You have to have fun.
Are you scheduled to play any matches?
No, but whatever. Put me on. If you want to watch a show for free.
Johnny will play at some point. I don't think he's scheduled for any matches at the moment, but he is a great shot. One of the best one-pocket players in the Valley. He can't play in the next one-pocket tournament because he won the last two.
Oh, yeah.
So
that's a gay. I don't know who make that.
Larry's kicking Johnny out, and I'm coming to the next one-pocket tournament because Johnny's not going to be there. Russ gave you a run for your money, though. Russ beat you. Russ put you on the loser side for the first time.
Yeah. And I came back and
Double dipped him, yeah.
Yeah. I talked to myself. I said, if I keep winning and I'm sit on the side, I get cold. So I said, all right, I'll put myself on the loser side. So I can play.
That's why you did it. It was
just more push play. I got more fun than you guys, so I make my $20, $30 with it.
All right, so Forrest makes a ball on the break for the first time, I think. Johnny, what do you like here? What suit do you like?
Oh, I think that's gonna be close. Oh, what?
Solid or stripe? What do you think?
I gotta pick the big one.
Big ones? Johnny says big ones. I think that 625 is a little tricky. I think I would agree with Johnny on that one.
Yeah, make it 15 right here, and he have a shot. There we go.
That's a nice shot. 8 ball's still a little tied up. Yep. How's it going? That's fine.
Hello, Emmy. How are you? How are you?
All right, he has a shot here on the 11, but he does. It's going to be tricky to get back position for those balls that are up table. You almost have to go all the way around. Unless you hold it, you got to shoot it real soft.
Nope.
He tied up that 4 ball though.
All right, I gotta run out. Hey.
All right, thanks for tuning in, Johnny.
Oh, no problem.
We'll see you around. Yep. All right, so Forrest made his first ball on a break, I think. It seemed like it when he broke. He was like, "Hey, I finally made one." So,
I know that feeling.
Yeah. But Forrest is looking good because these stripes are way more open than the solids. Although, and he does a great job to get. He misses the shot, but he does a great job to get that 11 ball out of the way of that 4 ball, which was his only problem in the whole rack.
Yeah,
the 8 ball is a problem actually.
The 8 ball for sure is, but that 4 ball is tough with the 1 ball blocking that. I would really consider right now just banking that 4 ball away and trying to leave the cue ball to where Forrest is banking that 11. It's just
Yep, we're at Hill Hill. If you're just tuning in, we got 20 viewers at the moment. Give us a like. We would appreciate that. We're at Hill Hill between Forrest Weibel and Corey Collins. Hill Hill race to 5. So coming up next, we got Jeff Jones and Quentin Dede. That's myself playing a race to 9 ball.
Yeah, and sorry, Forrest, if I got your name wrong. We're going to clarify that after the match.
Wibble, Weibel, we're not sure. Looks like Forrest tried to draw that ball, but gave it spin instead.
I would try to bank this 9 ball into the side pocket.
Into the side pocket?
Yeah, that way he could hold for the 11.
That's a tough shot.
Oh, for sure. If he makes this, he's not going to have another shot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Alex was saying that's kind of a futile shot right there, because even if he does make that, he's kicking at that 11 ball and likely giving Corey a ball in hand. So you got to look for those. If there's a ball that you don't think you can get on the next ball, it's better to just play safe or make your situation better. Come up close on this 1 ball.
So I do like where the 9 ball ended up, but sometimes too, when you're cutting at a ball like that, it'll go off the rail and then go into the middle of the table. If you look at those end rails, whenever you have balls down there, you have to do work to get position. You want to leave your balls hanging in front of a pocket. My idea was to bank it to the side pocket because that leaves it in the middle of the table so that if Corey misses one, he has a better chance of having a shot.
And shape on the 11 is what that would produce.
Correct. Yes, absolutely. Cool. So coming down to the last couple balls in this rack, and it's really going to come down to how Corey chooses to play this. Good cue ball control in a situation like this, even though it seems futile and both of your opponent's balls are kind of hanging in the pocket. There's a great safety shot that you could do on the 6 ball to freeze it on the 8. You could make the 3, play for the 4.
Yeah, this is not an easy run out.
Okay.
Where do you go from here? I think you got to try a safe behind either the 6 or the 8 off the 5.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, he's banking the 2.
Just going to leave a shot.
Yeah, he has to play the cue ball real well to not leave a shot for sure.
Oh, and he just misses, but like we said.
Yeah. So it's not the end because, again, the 8 ball goes up table all the way. So what Forrest may try to do is cut this so that he gets a relatively straight shot on the next ball so he can play the 8 ball up table.
Yeah. Hit that a little. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, he held that really well. So he put a lot of good outside spin on that. So he definitely.
So he's just got to pull this ball, the cue ball, back a little bit, and he'll have shape on the 8 ball in the corner pocket closest to us. Oh, he came off the rail. I guess that works too.
Draw for show, follow for dough.
Yep.
So he elected to follow off the rail just because sometimes controlling the draw can be a little tougher.
He did lose it a little bit off the rail, but we'll see. Oh my gosh, it's going.
Nope.
Oh, it's not going.
So yeah, those rail shots have been haunting him. He's been undercutting every single one, and so it comes down to where he just needs to make the 8 ball to win the match, and he overcuts it. So.
All right, here we are with Corey, a chance to run this rack out and take the match.
Yeah, so I'm going 2, 4, and then unless the 6 passes the 5.
Does pass the 5.
So if the 6 passes the 5, it'd just be easier to hit the 6 in and stop
Same
it.
pocket for the 5 ball, yeah.
So, but
you guys got to watch the side pocket on this shot.
One thing that he cannot do is get under that 5 ball. So that I kind of have a feeling like since he's grabbed the bridge, I feel like we're going to see this ball go in and then he's going to try to bank something next.
You got to put some draw on this shot. Just like Alex called.
So he's going to...
Yeah, I think the move here is to run up off the 5 ball.
and
glue
freeze
it to
under
the
the six.
six.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. I just don't think that Corey's going to do that. I think he's going to try to bank the 6 ball or the 5 ball,
This
whichever.
is do or die. He's calling the side pocket.
Yeah, so he can make this bank, and it's not the toughest bank to make, but making the bank and then having a shot on the 5 is just, I don't like it. So let's see. So Forrest is going to come to the table and shoot that 8 ball.
Forrest says he's surprised that Corey didn't try the 6, but I'm surprised he didn't try the safe that I was talking about.
Yeah. So yeah, my takeaway, and for anyone watching, if you guys play 8 ball a lot, you can really play some good safes that can get you out of situations like that. But Forrest still has to avoid a side pocket scratch on this shot, and he did.
There it is.
All right, so we have our first winner. That's Forrest. So he'll be eligible to play. We're running a fight night a couple weeks, for maybe about a month, where we'll have all the winners come back and play some more winners. A real good match between the two of them. They both fought super hard. As soon as Corey got on the hill, you could just see Forrest was determined to get to the table. He really kind of took the table by storm and came through and took the match. So we got a couple minutes. Our next match is going to be Quentin Dede versus Jeff Tankman Jones. Yeah, so we have Jeff. He's going to commentate and play. No, we got Russ Zorn eating, and then I'm going to try to get him to come and join me. We'll have him tell some stories and go over some of the stuff we got going on around the community. Stay tuned, guys. We'll have the next match right back. Thanks for all the likes that we're getting. Feel free to share. Do all that good stuff. Thanks again. Oh, we have Forrest here, so congrats on your win, sir. Anything you'd like to say to the? There's about 20 people watching, so.
All right. Hey, thanks for watching. Corey shot excellent tonight. I am applauding him right now. He had 2 of the best runs out of the entire match, and quite honestly, I'm a little surprised he didn't win, but that's why you play the game, right? So, man, hats off to Corey. He's a spectacular shot, and I'm just happy to get the win tonight.
Nice. Right on, Forrest. Appreciate you coming out. At one point, you were up 2-0, and then he came back. He got comfortable, came back. Then the score was, I believe, 3-3, tied it up after he came back and went up 3-2, and then it's tied 3-3, and then he gets on the hill. Just from what I was watching, you seemed super hungry those next 2 racks. You were getting to the table, seeing a lot of good shots, making some good stuff. Was there anything going through your head on like trying to come back or still stay in it?
Actually, I'd kind of like to back up before that. When he went up 3-2, his second win and his third win were spectacular. That run on his was it first or second win was awesome. And,
Yeah.
I got flustered. I really did, and kind of at that point I wasn't entirely sure it was going to happen. And I hate to say it, but I'm kind of a lucky guy sometimes, and I got some lucky rolls, and I think he got some unlucky ones, but at the same time, neither one of us play 9-foot tables very often.
Yeah, no,
So,
I thought you guys adjusted real well, so that's super good. Yes, as far as everything goes, yeah, the match momentum went back and forth. There was one rack, definitely you guys both played it great. It really could have gone either way, and you ended up making that great. Oh, you made a good cut shot to get in position, and then he had another one where he made a great cut shot and then made that other cut shot that hit the 8 ball right in front of the corner. And that was kind of a clutch thing, too, to kind of keep him in the match a little bit longer and kind of bring him back.
There was one game there where I rocketed the 3 ball on a bank shot in the corner.
Mhm.
And at that point, I kind of thought that things were going to go my way, and I missed a. It wasn't really a layup, but I mean, missed a crucial shot, and later on that same game, he hit a bank shot that I was over there just clapping away, and it was like, dude, our banks were semi sort of on. They weren't entirely there, but that's one part of my game that I really appreciate, and I appreciate that Corey likes him too, because he sees a good shot and he's pretty excellent at executing.
For sure, absolutely. Well, thanks for the insight and everything on the match for us. So, again, I was saying a little bit earlier, but once we run a couple more of these, we'll have you back to play one of the winners of the next ones. Anybody have any comments, some feedback, or any matches you want to see? Feel free to comment, do all that stuff. We've just had
That's a close lag. I think Quentin won the lag.
Yep. So Quentin won the lag. We're going to be playing 9-ball race to 9. So I believe for this match, we're doing alternate break. It's going to be BCA rules. So that does allow a push out after the break. If a push out happens, I'll go into detail about that at the time.
I can tell you, I'm looking forward to this match. I haven't seen Quentin shoot, but I have heard a lot, and I have seen Jeffrey shoot, and I know what he brings to the table. So I think I'm pretty excited for this one.
Yep.
I can stay here if you want, or I can go.
Oh, either way. I'm just waiting for us to come over here. So Quentin's a little bit newer to the Valley. He moved here from Spokane last year. He's been helping Russ and I out with some of the behind the curtain stuff, I guess you would call it, with the vision pool stuff, which there's more to come on that in the future. We're still working on a bunch of stuff, but for right now, we're just trying to stream some cool pool matches, get some fun stuff going on around the Valley. Quentin moved from Spokane about a year ago. He's always played pool, but as soon as he moved here, he just took his passion to another level, and he's probably tripled his abilities since he got down here. So
I know at one point I thought Quentin was on the same level as me, and he was a name that I looked at and wanted to play against, and I haven't done it yet, but I kind of don't think that that's the case anymore. I think he's played a number of matches underneath his belt that, oh man, shots like that, I just
and a shot like that
wouldn't really think of, and I think he's got a lot of skill. And I think I'm also loud, so I'm gonna turn it down.
Oh no, you're all good. Okay, so we got Jeff back to the table. Anybody who knows Jeff, he's a very powerful shooter. He plays great position play, so he's got a real good understanding of where that cue ball's going. He can come with tough, powerful shots, but he'll also just play simple. So he can really come at you.
I think every time I see Jeff shoot, the dude's knowledge of the game is just astounding.
Yeah. We're either going to see a safety right here, or he's going to go for that 4-9. I think from where I'm looking, that 4-9 looks almost dead. So
I think it looks pretty tasty.
And he could get safe pretty easily. And
oh man, went for it and missed, but man,
a 9-ball comes back around and nope. So Quentin still has a shot at the 4. Most likely see a safety. I would try to bring the cue ball back down to almost where it is, a little bit behind that 5-ball. He caught that 4-ball really hard. I don't think it really worked out for him, because Jeff will be able to just make contact with that 4 and it'll hit the 6-ball in, and he should have a shot at the 4 next. So the real only slip up is where that 4-ball goes after this combo. And then after that, Jeff just has to place somewhat intermediate position from the 7-ball to the 8. See, he played that really good in a way that the 4 ball would hang out in front of the side. So he's done a good job at making the rest of this kind of straightforward. It was a really good draw shot. So Jeff will probably try to stop and pull the cue back just a little bit so he can hit that 7 ball in and have the 7 ball go off the rail. Ooh, so he got into the ball a little bit more than he was expecting to. Quentin will have ball in hand. So as long as he can get position on this 8, he should be able to just hit the 8 ball in and then have position on the 9. So he's chosen to, I think he's going to draw over. See, that leaves him a really thin cut shot. I would have preferred putting the cue ball on the other side and rolling it over a little closer to the rail. So he played that wonderfully. But so that 9 ball is about a diamond up. So he either has to bank this. He's really good at shooting shots like this all the way up the table. So don't be surprised if this ball just flies into that bottom left corner from where we're sitting. His real strength is he can kind of throw balls and stuff like this and make cuts look a little bit easier than they should. So you'll see a lot of that from him. He uses that with his bank shots too. It's kind of wild. Okay, he elected to go with the bank shot. So that leaves a tough cut shot. Depending on where that 9 ball is, Jeff will either draw it away from that side pocket or he'll follow it up a little bit. But you definitely have to watch out for both side pockets on this shot. Great cut shot into the side pocket. So me personally probably wouldn't have taken that one on, but you got Jeff Tankman Jones takes the lead 1-0. I just had Russ Zorn join me in the booth.
Hey, Alex.
Hey. So Russ and I have co-founded Vision Pool, and so we're just trying to run some events to get pool going in the community. We didn't see a lot of, we know Larry Gates has been doing the 1 pocket tournaments on the 9 foot, but there just hasn't been a lot of other matches. So we figured we'd give some people some opportunities, play some new people, get some experience on the 9 footer. It definitely is an adjustment for anyone. Quentin's going to be a little bit more familiar with the 9 foot than Jeff is, but Jeff can really take over. And as you've seen already, his shot making abilities are pretty high up there.
Yeah, Jeff is amazing. Yeah, he's got a really, really good mental game.
So that was a picture perfect break. He stopped the cue ball right in the middle of the table. That 1 ball tracked over to the side. So now really how he handles this 1 ball, he could almost bank this if he's feeling good. He could bank it and shoot that 2 ball in, or cut
stun. Make one with a stun shot and use the 6 ball for a backboard.
I like that a lot. I just wouldn't want the 6 to hit that 5 ball and get tied up on it. But so he did a good job of holding it up. So I'm just gonna say right now that 7 ball is the ball that I'm looking at. That whoever gets position on that ball has a real good chance of winning the rack. Obviously, there's only a couple balls left, but shooting that 5 ball in and getting the cue ball to a spot where you can then shoot the 6 and make the 7 is going to be a little bit tricky with that 9 ball there. So we'll see how that plays out.
That was very well played.
So Jeff did a good job of doing a stun shot. That's kind of what Russ was talking about earlier with the stun shot. You hit that a little bit low and it kind of does a little bit of a float. It looks like it's kind of floating to the next spot. So what Jeff did right there was perfect. So what I was talking about getting on the 7, he's left himself a stop shot. It is a longer one, but as long as he can bear down, stay down on the shot, and make it, he just has to stop the cue ball, and he has automatic shape for the 7. Ooh.
Stood up,
Yes, he did.
lifted his noggin.
Yeah. Rewind. I did say that he would have to stay down to make it.
And no, they cannot hear us from here.
They're pretending like they can.
Right.
But no, really, like even top players on a shot like that on a 9-foot table, he had the cue ball about a foot away, but he's still got to make it travel all that way. So you really got to deliver that stroke. And if you're even standing up or trying to look at the shot in the slightest, that causes movement of the stick. And on a shot like that, where there's 9 feet between the ball and the pocket, it can make it go off the path really, really easily. So.
Ooh, he went a little wild.
Yeah, he did. So it's of course on a shot like that, when you're not used to going full table on a 9-footer, you could see that he felt like he needed a little bit more power than he did.
What's surprising about switching tables is, though it's quite a bit bigger table, you don't really have to hit it that much harder.
No, and especially a player like Jeff, his English is so good that he could probably hit it a lot softer than he thinks. All right, so this is a real good opportunity for Quentin. Depending on the angle, he may just stop the 7 ball in and then play the 8 and the 9 in those right pockets where he's standing.
Well struck.
Yep, I like that a lot. I just, you got to stroke it a little bit to get it off of that rail. The ball's still a little close to the rail, but this is still just one of those that he's got a really pure delivery, so he's able to make those shots a lot more. But yeah, see, it is tough when you're a couple inches off the rail like that. It just makes those shots that seem easy. If he could have rolled that ball 3 inches out off the rail, I would bet on him making that shot 10 times in a row. So
yeah, I think you're right. He could use an extra inch.
All right, Jeff hit that in real well. So Jeff's prime position to take a 2-0 lead. Lots of pool left. It's 2-0. So, okay, I said alternate break. I guess it is winner break. Having a conversation about winner break or alternate break. We left that up for the players to decide on this one. We do. I mean, I like both formats. For me, it can be really fun. Winner's break, you can watch a player really get into a rhythm that is hard to get into with alternate break. But alternate break, you also give each player a good chance to be able to take control. When you're playing a winner break format, the player that's winning, usually it might take a couple games before they do something. If Jeff plays it smart, winner break, he can make a ball, and then if he has a shot that he doesn't like, just play a safety and hook Quentin. And so the next couple racks, Quentin might come to the table and not even have a clear shot. So passing over that momentum is a little tough for winner break. So
another excellent break. The cue ball got kicked, but
so
he stopped it dead again.
For all you bad breakers out there, when you break the balls, you want to leave your cue ball in the center of the table. That'll give you the most percentage chance of having a shot at the next ball. We tried to steer that in a little bit.
his feet were a little bit out of kilter, I think.
Yeah. So I think with Jeff, these are things that we normally probably won't see with his game, but he's just adjusting to the 9-foot table a little bit. He's still up 2-0, but he still hasn't really found his comfort yet. I think we got kind of the same thing happening with Quentin right now. He rolled that ball in real good, so he's just got to kind of draw back to an area where that green ball isn't blocking him. He's got to shoot the red ball in and get to the purple 4. So he's gonna see. That was always going to be a tough ball to get around, just because you have to put something into it, and when you have to put a little bit of an extra stroke and still make the ball, that's where. Okay, so Jeff drew that 5 ball in. Sometimes it can be better to try to use the rail a little bit so that you're using less draw. Let that cue ball hit the rail and bounce off, and then you'll get closer to the side pocket. So as long as that 6 ball passes the 7, where he'll shoot it in the side. Okay. So it's a tough shot. We're going to see he'll either bank the 6 or cut it in. It looks kind of to be like a bank shot. Quentin does play a lot of one pocket, so he's going to be comfortable hitting banks like that. Yeah, pretty wild that didn't go in. It was a 0.5 millimeter off. I think he needed to hit it a little bit more firm to get the ball on the path that he wanted it to go on. All right, so Jeff's not on the side that he would want to be on. When Jeff hits the 7 ball in, the cue ball is going to travel away from the 8 ball. So now he's got to do something to make sure gets good position.
3 rails, perfect.
A great shot by Jeff. Just roll the 8 ball in. Okay, he missed it. Okay. All right, dead stroke Didi's at the table, ready to make his name known.
Quentin's folks and 2 nieces are watching back home in Washington, so that's kind of neat. That was very well struck.
Yeah, he's got a good smooth touch, and okay. The way that he hit that 9 ball in was really good too, and we had a couple pros in town. They both were stressing. Yeah. So the other night, Quentin and I were doing some tests, and we opened up, and he had a break and run on me. But that same shot that he just did on the 9 ball, he hit the 8 ball in and scratched on me at his house. So ruined a break and run for him. So, but the good news is that he thought about that and he made the adjustments. I don't know if he's had that shot again since that night. It was just a couple days ago. So he made the adjustments to make sure that he didn't scratch again. So that's the problem we have with this guy, is that he actually learns things. So that tends to be somewhat of an issue when you're trying to beat the guy, but So the score is 2-1. Quentin will be breaking. He's going to break from the left side of the table. I don't know if he knows this or not. He is left-handed, but most left-handed players would actually break from the other side of the table. I think he watches a lot of people, and a lot of the people that he watches are right-handed, and so he sees them breaking from that side. So he's gotten real comfortable breaking from the left side. Whew. He sent that.
Cue ball jumped over the top of the 9.
See, that's the safety break that I actually taught him. Oh no, that 7 ball almost went in. So what we're going to see right now is probably going to be called a push shot. So Jeff has the option to move the cue ball or hit the cue ball wherever he wants. This is like the one rule that gets a little bit complicated with 9 ball. So he'll declare a push, and what he wants to do, see, that 1 ball might be so close to the pocket that he's just thinking about trying to make it. Yeah, so Jeff wants to make that ball because he doesn't think that the push will work out for him.
Very well.
Yeah, so that was a great jump shot. He had to lean over the table and still hit that pretty sturdy. So there was a lot of stuff going on there to make that ball go in.
I'd hit this one with a little bit of speed to clean out that pocket.
I think you're right.
Hold the cue ball or the 2 ball. Oh, dang it.
Yeah. So I think we're going to see a safety right now. I think that's kind of the right play, unless he has a obvious shot. But unless the combo's wired, it looks like it'd be a little tougher. I'd really consider trying to do a safety here. So Quentin can still hit the 2 ball, but he doesn't have a pot, and he has to hit the 2 ball really thin to be able to get the cue ball out of there and not leave Jeff a shot the next time around.
If he can just fan the 2 and leave it behind the 4 and bring the cue ball up by the 8, that'd be ideal.
Absolutely. He hit that a little bit too soft, so now the shot for Jeff is to thin off the 2 again. He wants to get the 2 ball up onto the right side rail and then get the cue ball onto the opposite rail, and then use that 4, 6, and 9 to kind of block. Okay, he chose to go the other way with it. So that cue ball is going to peek out again. Quentin's going to have a view of the next ball that he needs to hit. Trying to make this and get position, though, isn't really great, so we'll probably see a safety.
He's not going to like that one.
Nope. So, so I think this one's going to get cut in.
Again, hit it with a little speed so it comes back.
Yep.
Very well done.
Yeah, and that does take a little knowledge. As we saw some of the previous player in the previous match, when they cut a shot like that and the cue ball ends up on the end rail, which is kind of the bottom part of the TV that we're looking at. And when you do that, it doesn't give you very many options for the next shot. So Jeff had a really good awareness to be able to hit that ball in and still have enough power on it to come back down.
Now he can play a 2-way shot. He can try to bank it. If he makes it, great.
Yep, Russ called that perfectly. I think he could have. It's tough because you don't want to hit the ball too hard, but he maybe wanted to draw that cue ball just a tad more, so that if the 4 ball does roll over to that other side like it did, he still has the 6 ball to block it.
Yep,
So
I think that's what he was trying. He just came a little. Didn't carry the cue ball quite far enough behind that 6, and if he would have made the 4, he could have still shot the 5. That was very well struck, and he left himself a nice.
yeah, he's got a good shot to draw back for that 6 ball.
Another key is keep your head still. Oh, that'll work.
So
Safety allowed.
the sheepish grin on Quentin's face tells me that there's not a real easy shot on the 5 right now. And again, 9 ball rules for all you new pool players out there. They have to hit the balls in the order. So right now we got to go orange, green, black, and then that striped yellow one. See, Jeff was trying to play a safety there, but he got double kissed. That double kiss will get you. The score right now is still either
2-1.
2-1. Jeff in the lead.
That was well struck.
See, and that's something that he's practiced because he just has a really good feel for being able to hit the ball with the English that he wants. It allows the ball to go in. So a lot of that is his preparation. He gets down on tough shots like this and still makes them because he knows how to hit the ball good. That time he probably scratched, it looks like. So that's tough. And he hit that with enough English to make it, but if he would have put a little bit more English on it, it would have straightened that ball up and not scratched. So that's a tough one to do, though.
Yeah, and I think part of that was he hit the 8-ball a little bit thin. If he would have caught more of the 8-ball, the cue ball would have gone over to the side rail and left him straight in on the 9. But by cutting the 8-ball too thin, it did not change the direction of the cue ball, causing it to go shooting right into the corner. Now I watch for Jeff to plant this cue ball right in the middle of the table again. Yeah. Holy mackerels, he made half the balls.
All righty. It's a real unfortunate situation. Whenever you scratch on the break like that, the higher the skill level that you get, the more of a punishment that becomes. The balls are really open. So if Quentin can get these 1, 3, and 4 taken care of and get a reasonable shot on that 5-ball, you should have a pretty good chance to start making a dent in the score. So right now we got 3-1 Jeff over Quentin. They both had a couple opportunities in the racks. I think they're both trying to find their feet a little bit.
I can't stress enough how important it is to keep your head still when you're making a shot.
Yeah, I literally tell everybody that they stand up on their shot, and no one believes me. But even looking up a little bit, moving your head up while you're delivering the stroke can make you miss that cue ball by a couple millimeters from where you're trying to get it. And so what happened there, since that 1 ball was really hanging in the pocket, in order to get to the 3-ball, Jeff actually had to be pretty precise on where he hit that. He hit the ball really full, and so that's why the cue ball didn't travel as far as he wanted it to. That was a great shot. Good recovery shot. He's perfect now. So he can hit the 4-ball in and come off that rail and roll over to shoot that orange ball. Okay. Yeah, he's having a conversation with himself. I think he knows that he just needs to slow the stroke down. Oh, everything's going wild. Man, that's so crazy. That 4-ball had left English, and so when that purple ball hit the rail, it bounced out, so Jeff would have a shot. Normally, it would just kind of go over and sit by that rail. Normally, a lot of the spin that you see in pool is on that white ball. For the spin to transfer from the white ball to another ball means that he hit it pretty hard. Okay. Looks like he adjusted already. That was similar to the last shot that he just had. He didn't really need to power it in. So he's making good adjustments. Great shot. Great shot. Ouch. Okay. Yeah, the shot probably looked a little bit easier on the TV, but when you're down there trying to shoot that shot, it's kind of the same thing that just happened again. It happened to both those players. That shot's just actually a little bit harder than it looks, so it can definitely jump in there and get you.
He's going to be on the microphone pretty quick. Jeff says it's supposed to be a fight night, not a pillow fight night.
No offense to any professional pillow fighters out there. We respect you, and we know that you work really hard at your craft.
Nice disclaimer.
Yeah, it's a good question, Ryan. I didn't see you there in Chad. I'll try to keep explaining it. Essentially, in 9-ball, they hit the 1 through the 9. So those are going to be all the solid balls. And then the 8-ball and then the 9-ball. You have to hit the lowest numbered ball on the table. You have to hit that first. The weird thing is that any ball that goes in after that, it counts. It's not like 8-ball where you have to call your shot. So a good example of this, Jeff crushed that break. So he's had 2 breaks where he's made 3 balls. The lowest number ball on the table right now is the blue 2. So we're most likely going to see a safety because he doesn't have a shot since that ball is kind of locked up on the orange ball. So he's going to try to make contact with that 2 ball and leave it in a spot where Quentin can't see it again. If Quentin is unable to hit the 2 ball after this shot, then Jeff would get ball in hand, where he can put the cue ball anywhere on the table and then try to run out.
Oh, I like that one, Sleep.
Yeah. So I think he might have been trying to play that behind the 5 ball. It's a pretty delicate, touchy shot. He hasn't left Quentin much to do. Quentin kind of just has to make this ball and then see where he's at to shoot the 4 ball next. The 4 ball is the purple ball.
I said, or no. Like,
Ooh. Just came out. I think that from where I'm sitting, it looks like that green ball is blocking Jeff from being able to make it. I might be wrong though, so we'll have to get down and see how quickly. Yeah, so it looks like he can see it. So Jeff will cut this ball in. He's gonna go up and down to shoot the 4 ball.
When these guys come back and watch this film, they're going to see every shot they missed, they lifted their head.
Yep. And Quentin and I were definitely more than happy to call out the 2 players in our last match. So hopefully we are trying to talk to you guys out there that are watching right now for sure. If you guys have any other questions about the rules, please let us know. But we also want to be able to watch these players, and hopefully they go back and watch this match later and they can hear us say something that might trick them into thinking we're giving them the right advice so that we can then beat them later.
Oh, yes.
No, in all honesty, we want to, try to find a good strategy or say, hey, you did this on that shot. To me, I think the biggest thing that we can do here in Treasure Valley, so for us Boise people that play pool, we really need to stay down on our shots, and y'all got to fix your bridge hands. That's all I'll say. Fix your bridge.
Pearls of wisdom.
Yeah.
Literally. Oh, my. That was inopportune.
Yeah, so when you tend to be a little bit nervous, and he definitely admitted that he was nervous before the match, one of the things that starts to go is your transition. So that's your backswing. So when you pull the cue back and then go to deliver it, like what Jeff did, he did it kind of really rapidly. But when you're nervous, you do that faster than you normally would. So that's kind of really affecting Quentin right now because his transition is off. And as I've alluded to his style of play earlier, with his style of play, he likes to hit the ball with a lot of English. And so he practices it a lot and he's really good at it. But now that he's a little bit more nervous, his backswing is going a little bit faster than what he's used to, which is making the English not react the way he's wanting it to. And so that's why we've seen him miss a couple balls.
Yeah, it really messes with your tempo when you don't take a consistent backswing, whether it be slow all the time or with a pause or even fairly quick. If you do it the same way all the time, it's not so bad. It's when sometimes it's quick and sometimes it's fat or slow, is your tempo changes, and it can change that spin from going right to left to actually going left to right because the tempo and timing is all. That was a very well struck ball.
Float it down. Okay, perfect.
That was well struck. Good speed. Yeah. See, and his tempo was really good on that one. If we had the ability to play that one back, they had a terrific backswing. Here's a really nice view of Quentin's form. That was textbook.
Yeah, so he was really comfortable on that 9 ball for sure. And so I said, if it sounded like I said transmission, I need to get a drink of water because my lips keep sticking together. But I was trying to say transition. So that's just when you're doing your backswing and then going into your actual stroke. So.
I think he was making fun of Quentin. He said his second gear is gone.
I think all the gears are gone.
He goes right from first to third.
So I believe the score is 3-2 now. Can we confirm that?
It's 4-2, Jeff.
4-2, Jeff. Whoops. Sorry, guys. I can't see Jeff's marble. I'm not sitting on the side where I can see.
Well, he hasn't lost all his marbles.
Oh, I can see it on the actual stream camera though, so I'll just go down and look at that from now on.
That's backwards.
It's mirrored on here, but on the stream it won't be. So. Still hasn't had the ever elusive push shot come up yet, so we're at 16 right now. A little bit of a two-way shot. I think that I was kind of shooting to make it in the side pocket, but also if he missed, leave Quentin pretty tough.
On your phone?
I shared it on my Facebook page.
He's trying to get the chat to come up.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, the cue ball's in a real tough spot, so Jeff's going to bridge up. That second cue Jeff has is called the bridge. He did a nice job getting to that blue 2. He's got to shoot and play to shoot the red 3 ball in next. All right, so Jeff wanted to draw that a little bit. He was kind of pulling his cue back a little bit. So when you're trying to move the cue ball back, that follow through is important. When you pull your cue stick back, you don't get as much draw as you wanted. Still okay. It's going to hit that 3 ball in, play for the purple ball. He's Definitely got in a weird spot. That 8-ball's blocking his normal pocket.
Hey, Russ. I'm gonna go get my bracelet and take my pills. Bedtime. Let me know. We are gonna have time.
We're gonna have fun.
All right, 4-2. Jeff Jones at the table. Race to 9. Our next match will be a 10-ball match between Anthony Ontario Skinny Derrick and Vince Brooks. So Jeff was trying to play a safety there. He definitely overhit the 4. I think he was trying to leave the 4 up on the end rail. But he's left Quentin a tough cut shot. Oh, great safety play by Quentin. That was another shot that when we had Earl Strickland and Oscar Dominguez here, they did that shot all the time. And that's something that we never see in Boise. A lot of Boise players don't ever do that, but it's so deadly.
It takes away so many options. Jeff can't even. He's gonna have to be a magician to get out of this one.
Yeah, so the path is the 2 rail. He should shoot up to his left where he's standing right there and come 2 rails down into it. What he's doing right now, I don't think that was great. If he was playing for the 5-ball, that would have been money. So
Now if he can just pull this down the rail a little bit, then he'll be able to do 4 stop shots in a row, which would be ideal.
Yeah.
This out pretty much hinges on the very first shot. Otherwise, it'll get tricky quick.
So he came off the rail real nice on that one. So he should be able to stop, like Russ said. Once he stops a 6 in, he has a stop shot on the 7 in the lower left corner, and that'll give him the stop shot on the 8-ball on the side, and a stop shot on the 9 in the corner. So he let that cue ball slide out probably like 3 or 4 inches, which made this shot 40% harder now. So he's got to really bear down, stay still, deliver the cue. He's left Jeff a little tough, but Jeff can almost just kind of focus on making this ball. And there's a good chance he'll have a shot on the next ball. So he's got to shoot that maroon 7, then the 8, and then the 9.
The thing you don't want to do on this shot here is let up on it. You want to put a nice stroke into it because the 8-ball's in the middle of the table, so you're never going to be more than 4.5 feet away from it. Well struck. Oh, that one spun off the rail and took off. Came off the rail faster than it went in.
And maybe he was thinking he needed to do a little more again. I think he could have just kind of rolled that 7-ball in. And
Yep, very good point.
But if you can cut it into the side pocket like that, then you don't need to worry about a negative Nancy like me.
Yeah, I think he handled that one pretty well.
Yeah, he's done. He's had a couple really good recovery shots so far. Okay, get down. Yeah, it looks like it got down to the rail on time. Yeah, so we got a score of 5-2. So Quentin has is it a JB Flowers break cue? And his player's cue, he uses a Q-Tech shaft. It's an 11.8 diameter shaft, 12.5. Oh, really? Sorry. So he uses a 12.5, excuse me. The butt of his shaft is, I believe, a cue his father gave to him, or it came down from his father or his grandpa. I don't want to get that story wrong, so I'll have to ask him again.
That's all right. Brock's on the feed, so he can tell us.
So
Oh, he had a nice break again. Nothing went in, but the cue ball stopped dead smack in the middle of the table and got hit again.
So this is another kind of two-way shot opportunity where normally you probably wouldn't shoot the one ball super hard into the side pocket. But on a shot like this, I probably would, because if you miss it, it's going to go down and not leave your next guy a shot. So, but it looks like he's electing to play a safety right now, which is totally fine.
I think
You can still see it 100%.
Yeah, you can see it, and I think what I would do is I would play that. I would play the 6 ball.
Yeah, make the 6.
Because it doesn't matter where the cue ball lands on the table. When it's done rolling, you'll have the 1 ball will be sitting in that pocket. By the 6 is a little bit off of the rail, so the 1 is going to lose a lot of energy.
The 1,
though, it looks to me like he's playing it safe, or maybe he's carrying a 6 in.
No, he did what you said.
And that's the reason I didn't like the carom so much, is because it's going to send the 1 ball to the other end, and then when the cue ball hits a 6, it's going to lose its energy. So you're going to be in a pickle. However, he could do another good shot here. He can carom that 5 ball in from here, I think.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't make it, then he's going to have cover with the 9.
Or the 9 could go in.
Yeah.
No, he made the 1 ball.
Oh, and now the 5-9 is wired.
Yep. So, but does that 2 ball pass the 3? I think
the 2 passes the 3, but he's going to have distance. And you got to be careful of that 4 and 7. If he under hits the 2 ball.
I think the way that the angle he's cutting that 2, I think he doesn't have a full pocket on that 2. I think that 3 ball's pocket, even if it's only covering up a quarter of the pocket, I feel like that ball's making this so much harder. It hits the 5-9. Oh, so the one thing he did good, I'm sure he's happy about, is now that he doesn't have to worry about quitting, just making a couple balls and getting the 5-9 combo. But
now, everybody watch Quentin's head. Make sure that the bill of his cap doesn't move. If his cap doesn't move, he'll make the ball. He's a long way from it, but the 3 ball's not sitting bad for him. Kept his head still. I think he, I don't know exactly what went on there, but it seemed like he played it pretty good.
Not in the shop.
Is it fries, no tomato?
Side of it.
Oh.
real good shot by Jeff. It's just going to fall a little bit short, I think.
He's got a pretty good cut there, but the way the 5's sitting, it doesn't matter where he's at on the table. So just
could hit the 9 ball in right
Make
now.
sure you make this.
Could accidentally make the 9. No, it came up.
Yeah, if he'd have hit that 4 a little thicker, it would have been a real probability of making that 9. Now is the time when you don't want your nerves to get you. You want to go through your regular progressions and just follow through, because the 7 ball's makeable from anywhere, the 8 ball's makeable from anywhere, and once you make the 8, the 9's pretty simple.
They just really want to make that 5 ball clean like he did.
That was well played.
If he's comfortable, he'll just roll that ball into the corner. It looks like he's already looking at the side pocket. He's not even thinking about the comp. Oh, no, he's looking at that. So he's shooting it. No, he's cutting it in the side. So I'd say cut, induce, throw got him on that time. So that's a super big word, hard to explain thing. So, but those shots are super tough. That was kind of a real hard place to be shooting at the 7 ball. You always tend to find the one spot that you don't want the cue ball to be in. So
Nice pace.
yep. So he's probably just going to roll the 8 ball in and shoot the 9 ball into the other corner. I'm learning that Jeff likes to play short side instead of moving the cue ball around. And a lot of times, if you can think of a simpler way to move the cue ball, that's going to win you a lot more games. Cue ball is really hard to move around and control. It kind of does what it wants to. So it's good shooting by Jeff. He cleared the table. Yeah.
Brock, Didi, the question was, where did Quentin get the butt for his cue? We know that he's using a carbon fiber shaft, but we didn't know if the cue was handed down from someone in the family or a friend that got Quentin into pool, or where did the butt of the cue come from? Jeff made an excellent break again, left the cue ball right in the middle of the table, but the 6 ball got it. Has another shot here where it's going to take a little concentration and keep your body still, and it should just float right over for the 2. Then the 3 is fairly easy, but the 4 ball is going to be trouble being up here in the corner with the 8, so he's going to have to short side the 4 again, I think, or use a 4-8 combo. Oh, he hung that one up. So now Quentin, that ball is really in the hole. I'd like to say that one's sitting on air. And he's up against the rail, so he can't draw it out of there. This is a shot where if you take it off a rail, you might miss the ball totally, and if you hit the dang thing, you're going to follow it in. So we'll just see. Now he's gonna jack up and try to stop it. The problem is that he's not going to be able to move it much. Oh, boy, I was wrong on that one. Now's the time where you have to decide if you're going to go for the combo or if you're going to play safe on the 2. I think I would do one rail safety on the 2, knock the 2 ball behind the 9, and have the cue ball go to the bottom of the table and come to the top. But I don't know if that is in Quentin's bag or not. Well, he did it a little simpler. Now, I can't tell if he got him or not. If he didn't, then I don't know if Jeff can get enough of that 2 ball to take it up in this corner or not. Doesn't look real confident in it. I can't really tell from the angle, and I can't see it from where I'm sitting here in the room. So we'll just let him tell us what's going on. Makes his first ball. Got a really good chance of getting out. The only ball that's trouble is that 8 ball, but looking at it now, it's off the rail about an inch, so the 4-8 combo is not hard if you get good shape on it. Oh, and he tried to do that same push-up, but when he lifted his head, the cue ball did not roll forward into the 7. Oh, it's very well struck. Good cue ball control, didn't flow it around the table. Now, if you can just draw it back up here or follow through and take the combination, and we'll see what he decides to do. Well, he's got a cut shot here that's fairly steep, but if he focuses on it, the cue ball is naturally going to come back up for a terrific shot on the 6. So the important thing on this one is to follow through on this ball.
It should look real nice if he hits it right. I don't know if he played
he
safe.
was trying to play safe.
I think that was good.
Pretty well played. If he cuts the 4 ball into the corner, good chance of scratching. If he tries to cut it in the side, good chance of scratching. So
I don't think it. He'd have to. I don't think it goes in the corner. It barely goes in the corner.
Yeah, I'm looking right down the barrel.
Yeah, it does.
Julio Rodriguez in the Grand Slam.
If Quentin doesn't win this match, at least his Mariners are going to win their game tonight. But looks like he's if he can play good shape on this 6 ball, the 6 to the 7 is kind of the key. He's definitely going to be shooting a bank shot.
You can almost
Go M's. Julio Rodriguez hit a grand slam, so that's what he was telling us about. We got it on the TV over here so we can see it. But back to the match. So he doubled it.
He plays a lot of one pocket, so he's pretty good at those double bank shots. We won't tell anybody he's trying to take it once across. That wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, no, that looked very intentional.
That was a nice stroke. That was confidence.
You see, it's when he does things like that even players have been playing for 10 years, they see him do that, and it's like, where'd this guy come from?
That was very nicely struck, too. Good tempo. Your tempo is good. The cue ball goes right where you tell it to. Great out.
He did good. A score of 5-3.
7-3.
7-3. Oh my gosh, I left. I'm sorry.
Every time Quentin scores, we're not going to take one off of Jeff's because he'll get mad.
He's going to
he's
poke
pretty
you
big
every time that you need to say the score because I've gotten it wrong at least 30 times.
When a guy's nickname is Tank Man, you don't want to be messing around too much with his score.
Oh, I know. So if you guys know Jeff Jones at all, you know that he has the magical ability to fill up his tank, and the dollar number always ends up even, as well as the gallons that he fills up in his tank. And then he brags about it on Facebook. So it's pretty weird, but
I don't have that kind
it's
of
quite
time.
impressive.
That was it. See, what Quentin did there, Alex, is he copied Jeff's break. He set the cue ball in the exact same spot. I don't know if you can see it on your, maybe not on your phone or on your monitor, but if you watch this on a big screen, you can see where they've all been breaking from the same spot. There's a chalk mark there, and Quentin just copied him, and that's an ideal thing for all players. Is if I'm not making any balls on the break, I watch where my opponent's breaking from, and if he's making balls on the break, I'm going to copy him.
All right, so we got a push shot here. So the lowest number ball on the table is the yellow ball. Since Quentin doesn't like where it is right now, and it's the first shot, Quentin's done a push shot. So when Quentin does that shot, Jeff had the option to either go and shoot that shot and shoot at the one or make Quentin shoot at it. So it's a little bit of a complicated rule, but it was invented because sometimes you don't always get a shot at the one from the break.
Oh, and Quentin tried to play safe and then made it right in the side. Impossible.
And that's why I would recommend anytime with a push out, for the most part, if you can see the ball, there's a good chance that you could at least play a safety of some kind or have something, go in like that. And once again, he comes with that really good safe where he rolls up on the ball. It's just really deadly. Yeah, see, Jeff just made a comment about it because that's not a shot that us Boise players run into all the time. Truly.
No, it's definitely a great shot. If you don't already have that in your arsenal or in your tool bag to get it in there. As you said, when Oscar and Earl came, they used that shot at least once every 2 games, and sometimes several times in one game, and changes the entire complexion.
Yeah.
It's not something that I guess maybe years ago I used it, but I forgot about it, and now I started using it again, and it's a very simple.
It's simple, but you also have to know how to do it because it's so easy to overrun it. Like you can hit that ball and then run into the 4,
Yep.
and then the 4 moves out of the way, and then you can see. So he's been doing a good job of hitting it soft where it's getting the rail, and the cue ball doesn't have that much power that it's. So
For a kid is so young and new to the game, he just absorbs so much knowledge fast. You folks familiar with Fargo? The Fargo system, for folks that are not familiar, is sort of like a bowling average, where if you average 180 in Boise, Idaho, you'd average 180 in Orlando. Same thing with Fargo. Well, Quentin's Fargo about 2 months ago was 400, and now he's about 490, which means he's almost twice as good a player now as he was 7 or 8 weeks ago. And anything that we teach him, the rascal doesn't forget anything. So now I'm trying to teach him a few bad things, and hopefully some of that'll stick too.
yeah. And so I got a little story for you guys. I know that a bunch of Quintons.
Oh, that was a great shot.
Jump
Jump
shot
shot
with
with
a
a bridge.
That
was sick. Yeah.
All right. So a fun story about Quentin, and I haven't actually told him this story, so it's his job to go back and watch the stream, like I've been saying, to hear this because I actually haven't told him about it yet. But we've referenced a couple times that Earl Strickland was here with Oscar Dominguez. We were lucky enough to host him here back in March. Super fun time. I was also lucky enough to be the one that got to drive Earl around. And so Earl's a 5-time world champion. He does, oh my goodness, he does lessons. He travels around. He's 60 years old, still one of the best players in the world. So he was here for the weekend. He gave probably about 18 different 1-hour lessons throughout the course of the weekend. And on Sunday when I took him to the airport, no, it was Monday I took him to the airport. That doesn't matter, but so he just caught the point of that, missed that ball. So when I was dropping Earl off at the airport, he was kind of giving me some advice about my game, and we were talking about some stuff, and he was grabbing his luggage and getting out of the car, and he turned around and pointed at me, and he said, "Just beware of Quentin. That's the guy that's learning everything faster than anybody." So that's what he said to me. It's one of the last things he said to me as he left Boise to go back home. So he remembered Quentin and remembered how quickly in just that 1 hour time he picked everything up. And legitimately, it's just like every time you see the guy, he's much, much better. And this is where 9-ball gets so like it's so mean because you get to the shot, you make a couple shots, and even though he made a good shot right there, he needed to do something to get to the next ball. And now he's put himself in a position where most likely, unless something great or lucky happens, Q's going to come back to the table with a real chance to take control here. Cool. So, alrighty. Slowly crawling his way back into the match.
He's doing the right thing here. He's looking at everything twice. Going to decide on whatever he does and commit to it. Don't be thinking about 2 or 3 things. Just do one really well. Oh, he underhit it.
Yep.
Tentative stroke.
Yep. The only thing going to his side is the cue ball rolled far enough to where Jeff has to do work now to get position to the next ball. So it should be okay. This is a routine shot that everyone has to kind of figure out how to do. Come down. So yeah, he had that with real good spin. Got off the rail just enough. So he's a little bit straighter than he wants to be. And well, actually, no, looking at the table, he definitely has an angle that. So we'll just hit the 8 ball and roll up to the center of the table for the 9. It's that head movement, for sure. Yeah, so a good thing I learned from Mad Max Eberly. He taught me that if I'm ever doing drills see,
He's a tricky kid.
See, that's a game winner. That's just death right there. So made me forget what I was talking about. It was such a good shot.
Mad Max.
Yeah, so Mad Max Eberly, his little drill that he does, and he has a video about this. And if you want more of his drills, you can always go to propoolacademy.com and check it out. But he'll do rotation drills or he'll run balls out. And when he hits the ball, he stays down until the cue ball is done rolling. So he'll stay down and wait 5 to 10 seconds. And sometimes he'll wait even longer than that. And it's kind of the same thing I'm talking about with your backswing, is that you just tend to want to stand up and see how the shot's going to go. And pool's super counterintuitive. If you try to look at what happens with the shot, you take away your ability to do what's supposed to happen. So
I like to put it this way. If you look up, you will see a bad shot.
I like that a lot. So and these are both really good players. It's a tough table. It's just another testament. One of the big problems that pool has is that all the professionals, they play 9 ball and they make it look so easy. But any average person just walking up to a 9-foot table is not going to have any ability to play a game like 9 ball on a 9-foot table, just because it's so hard to get from one ball to another when there's just so much table. There's so much blue, is what they say. So he overcut that. He played great position though, and so he's left a really long shot for Q to make the 8 ball. And even if he makes this 8 ball, there's no real guarantee that he's going to have even an easy shot on the 9. I'd say it's going to be either intermediate or really hard if he makes this ball. So I would almost consider banking at the 8 ball right here. See if that.
No.
You did about as good as you could right there. He's laughing at himself. That was such a hard shot.
Thing I would try to do here, maybe depending on the angle he's got, is maybe hit this with a stop shot, stop the cue right there, and have the 8 ball go 2 rails behind the 9. Because even the 9 ball gets pretty big if you can leave that cue or that 8 ball at that bottom rail. Just like that. No, but he didn't hit it with a stop.
Nope.
If he did a stop shot at that, it would have blocked it. Now Quentin needs to focus. Head still. Keep your head still, kiddo. Nice.
Great delivery.
Yep. Yeah, I got no fucking use for that. He could drop dead tomorrow and I would have shipped here. Yeah, right. No shit.
No, that was fine.
That's what shocked me. Yeah, right.
Wonder how much that got on the microphone. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are having a fantastic evening. What's the score, Russ?
The score is now 7-4. Takeman Jones. That last game was a bit of a struggle for both of them. I'm thinking they're glad to get another rack going.
They just really like hanging out with each other. They're real good friends off the table.
I find it hard to play real competitive pool with people I like because my killer doesn't come out.
Yeah, I have a huge problem with that. Corey Bruce, I don't think you're still here listening, but he hates losing about more than anybody I've ever met. And he's one of my best friends. So even though we love to beat each other, if I'm beating him too bad, I start feeling bad and I let him come back. It's no good.
Yeah, and then when he gets ahead, he'll never let you come back.
No. All right. Quentin made one on the break. And there's no real shot. There's no real offense here. So I would kick off the end rail into the one. He has a real good shot of hiding behind that 8 ball and sending the 1 ball down table.
If he can do a kick and stick like Alex is talking about and leave himself a possible 1-9 combo and try to get ball in hand, it'd be an ideal time to try it.
Yep. So he needed to catch that ball full. He needed to hit the entire ball. He only hit like half of it. If he would have hit the entire ball, that cue ball would have kind of rolled up or at least hit that 8 ball. He didn't leave any sort of 1-9 combo. But
Nine keep going off the 5. Whoop.
I think they're struggling a little bit with the speed control, just a hair, sounds like. Oh. I hope so. No, it's too dark. Yeah. A lot of players think this is a scratch shot into the side, but it's actually so thin. So, so on those shots, you actually can cut it into the side. It's so thin that the cue ball doesn't scratch like you think it's going to and go hit the rail. Yes. Yeah, it's a little Vikings koozie. It was a really good shot. It's just so hard to make any shots when you have to move the cue stick up like that. All right, so he's still got that orange ball that he's going to have to put his hand over. So it's going to affect the shot a little bit. He's probably thinking about it, but this is another one. Stay down, deliver the cue, ball goes in. Nope. So bad bounce. Kind of gave Quinn an easy shot. Oh, hey, Jamie. I don't like playing Russ or Alex because I don't like either of you. For those of you guys that don't know, Jamie Lowe, she leads the ladies and the trap. I hope I said that right. Probably said it wrong. Great Facebook group. Her and Molly and a few other people, they do a lot of really great work around the community, helping feral cats and rescue dogs. So really great work that they're doing. But just because I appreciate all the work that you do with the cats and the dogs doesn't mean that I'm not going to beat you, Jamie. That's what she said.
I know, she's mean.
She's being mean, so I'm going to be mean back. She can take it.
She's one of them keyboard warriors.
Yeah.
Wait till I see her next time. I'm going to dry up a 35-pound bag of dog food on her foot.
It's the easy shots that we stand up on.
Yeah, it's this game is so cruel. You make a 18-foot bank shot and miss a 3-foot straight in shot. That was very well struck. He didn't overhit it, didn't underhit it. Like Goldilocks. Just perfect.
Yeah, personally, for me, that bridge is a little too long.
Yeah.
Didn't matter. But I do, on that other note, though, if I can do that bridge on the rail, it actually does help a lot if you're a little closer. He was a little farther away than I prefer. But if you guys out there try to take a little bit of time to learn that bridge that he was just doing, it actually helps some harder shots. It makes you a little more sturdy.
Sweating out here, guys.
Well,
Sweating my own match.
You're sweating your own match. Well, we're going to need a little bit of help here because Tank Man is on the hill, Q. You're going to have to get some super glue out.
9. That's what it is, right?
Oh, 7. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. All those times I kept telling you it was 7 to something, it was 6 to something.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you're correct. Yes. Yes. You're right,
So,
Jeff. That's why they don't put me in charge of anything.
So we are currently hiring a scorekeeper because neither Russ or I have the ability to look at the stones on the table and count 1, 2, 3. But that's okay. We're good for other things. We're playing 9-ball race to 9. Next up, we got Vince Brooks versus Anthony Derrick for some 10-ball. 10-ball rules are very similar to 9-ball. It's just that there's 10 balls instead of 9, and then slop shots no longer count.
That was well struck.
Yeah. We'll work on getting a couple other things. We want to get a glass board or something that we can put up. Right now, both the players are super close. I'm trying not to talk so loud that I distract them. I'm sure that I've gotten into one of their heads at one point, telling them what they need to do, and then they hear me saying that, and it messes them up.
Quentin doesn't have any problem concentrating on pool because he can tell you every single play in the Mariners game tonight. So,
Yeah, I told the audience already. So he just got into that a little bit too good. you can hit the ball too good, and that's what happened.
Well, here's a perfect opportunity to play safe behind the 9 if he can do it.
Yeah, he's not even thinking twice. That's happening.
Don't hit it fat and scratch in the corner.
Oh,
Overstroke. But still in good shape. Now Quentin can try the same thing and have the 5 and the 9 for blockers.
yeah. He hit it a little fat, and if he could have had maybe a touch of right spin, it would have hit that right rail and rolled behind the 9 instead of giving up this bank shot on the 4. Okay, he didn't really like the bank. As far as that safety, I don't think he was really committed. I think he was thinking about 2 different shots, and then he did half of both of those shots. So a lot of times if you don't pick a shot in your head, you'll do something like that where you hit it too soft or you're just questioning yourself while you're shooting.
That was very nice. He struck.
Yeah, played great position. He's like perfect on the 5 to just roll forward. Have a pretty good cut on the 6 ball. Playing with danger there. We got Danger Russ in the commentary booth, but we got Danger Jeff flirting with scratch shots. Reset. So he's not a whole lot of ways to not be kind of on the rail. Makes us he's gonna leave the cue ball kind of on the rail like that. And if he would have tried to hit that any harder and get it off the rail any farther, he would have missed that shot. So sometimes you just got to accept that that's the angle you've been given and then just deal with it. That was a great shot by Jeff.
Very good pace.
Yeah, that can be pretty deflating when your opponent's about to get on the hill. He's on the rail with a long shot on the 8 and he just buries it. So. Commentator's curse. Sorry, Jeff. That's my bad.
There's nothing special about us. We're just a couple commentators. Okay. I'll stop.
I get it.
Oh, no.
Go in there.
Oh, my.
Whew. He scraped the paint off of the 9 ball to keep Jeff from getting on the hill.
Well, I'd like to thank all you folks for coming out and watching us tonight. Appreciate the likes, share the stream, subscribe to the stream, to the channel, so that we can get a few more hits on Facebook. We'll be putting out some more stuff. We've got some neat stuff that we're planning for in the works.
Yeah.
And while you're here, if you haven't already, check out Quentin's video on Earl Strickland being Earl Strickland. It's got over 50,000 views, and it's of the weekend in March when Earl and Oscar Dominguez were up here, and includes Earl's Trick Shot show and most of it. And the guy is just totally amazing. He's like a living museum of pool. Earl probably won't like that representation of himself, but he's just totally amazing. He hits some balls that are just eye-dropping.
No, it is really one of those things that when you see it in person, it's so much different. It's just, it doesn't make sense. Your eyes see it happening, but it doesn't make sense. So he's just truly one of the greats for sure. So yeah, tell us what you like. Tell us what you don't like. We're going to do a few things to make these things better. We'll have some score overlays in the future. Try to set up a little bit better of a commentary booth. I keep on kind of going back and forth between like monotone and talking. I'm really not trying to overpower the players or let them get distracted by my jabbering. So, but we appreciate your feedback. We're also Quentin also needs some help promoting his other YouTube channel. He needs some more subscribers. It's called More Skids. So if you guys want to go subscribe over there, check out some of those videos. He does a lot of cool stuff.
Another big shout out to Billiards of Idaho. Carla Jean and Jeff Beers have been terrific supporters of our programs and anything going on in the Treasure Valley. I think Carla Jean's taken a couple ladies down to Salt Lake this weekend for a women's tournament. She's very active in the pool community. They do a terrific job and they support anything that we do. So please support them.
See, this is one where he would have loved for that cue ball to roll just at like, he obviously didn't want to get behind that 7. I'm sure that's what he was thinking about. But the cue ball could have rolled a little bit more up. And you could just roll this 5 ball in, roll the 6 ball in, and be done. But now he's just in a funny spot to where he has to do something with that cue ball. Otherwise, it's going to go somewhere where he won't have a shot on the 6. So we should see a little bit of a travel here. So he's elected to roll out to the rail and take the longer shot, which is, I do like that a lot. Sometimes players can be a little timid and they just don't trust themselves to be able to make a shot like that. So, but it really is the right thing to do.
That was a terrific stroke.
Yeah, see, he just made that. He made that from complicated to super easy. So thanks, Jeff. You just taught me something there. Oh, I don't like losing either.
Jamie Lowe.
How low can she go?
Limbo Low. That's what we'll call her. We got her a nickname. That's lower than anybody we know.
So Jamie's probably on her Peloton and not able to respond right now because she's busy and she has a life. So we'll get back to the match. I believe that just got Jeff on the hill. Did it? Am I right?
Yes, this time.
They haven't moved the bead yet. So
No, but they will. Either that or maybe Quentin glued it down like I told him to earlier. Nope. He doesn't pay attention.
yeah, you got it.
These guys are good people. These guys are good for our pool community. They're a big part of our organization.
Bye, sir. Chuck Crowley's in the building. Go buy a car from Chuck.
Jeff's made 3 balls on the break again. Only thing is this time he doesn't have a shot, so he brings out the jump cue again. Looks like a BK something, so it's a Predator product.
Yeah, Alex is super
Look at Jenny.
Oh, is it 3? No. I was cheering for you on that one, sir. I just put it on my bill.
Okay. Yeah, 15
Now, do we have table time on both of them? No.
Just table 2. Nice. I'm zoned in, sir. He's got a really good camera, and we just had to get some other equipment. So it's a good starting point for us to figure out what we need going forward. Yep. He just really wanted that cue ball to do something.
Yeah.
And he hit it so hard that the cue ball decided to ignore him.
Yeah, the cue ball left the surface of the table and lost all its energy. Where are you going, guys?
So, but I'll tell you, on a 9-foot table, with the last three balls being that 6, the green ball, the black ball, and then the yellow ball, you got to play precise position on almost
That's
every
very,
shot.
yeah, it's a very hard out. Those last 3 balls, if the person had ball in hand,
I know more ways to mess that up than I know how to do it right.
yeah, I think my chances of getting out are 65%. That's weird.
I was still up at the end, I think. Right? I
So-
think I came out ahead.
If I don't see you, I'll call you.
See you later, John.
Here's where Jeff gets real dangerous because his focus at the end of the game is pretty good.
He's got a good angle. I think he's going to draw back, but he still needs to have an angle on the 6 spot. If he gets straight on the 6 ball, that's death. I'm just saying. So he's really got to come with a shot right now. This is definitely kind of in the land of a little bit too straight. He probably would have liked the cue ball to roll about another 3 or 4 inches.
Hit this with top spin and just try to get over there and take whatever I get on the 8.
See.
Right in front of me.
Yep. So anytime that, if I don't know how well that came across on the screen, but there's definitely two people walked directly in front of him right before he hit that ball. It almost doesn't matter how good you are. You just got to kind of stand up because that distracts you and makes you forget what shot you're trying to take. So it can have a real brutal impact. It'll get to anybody, and it's just the environment when we're playing in a bar and stuff like that. And I'm sure Jeff's 100% aware. He probably, if we ask him, he'll probably tell us that didn't even mess him up. So, but sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Because a lot of times I've had people come up to me and, oh no. I've had people come up to me and apologize, and I didn't even notice them. I'm like, no, I just missed that ball. But, you know. Okay. So. Okay. I think it traveled up just enough to cut that 9 ball into the corner.
Almost ball in hand shape.
Yep. All right,
Nice
so
match.
Jeff takes that one down 9-5. 9-5. Great shooting, both players. Great match. Couple struggles here and there. We'll go gather Vince and Anthony, get that match started, and then after we're gonna make Russ and Mark Adams play some one pocket. So stick around, guys. I don't think so. Or he would know how to.
Nice shooting. Well, way to give her hell, kid. Dag no, yes you did.
Well, Jeff got me on that one.
Me and Jeff are playing in a Scotch doubles match coming up, and we're talking about doing a TV table at the Scotch doubles tournament. So stay tuned for that. Possibly that's next weekend, isn't it?
Next weekend, yes.
Appreciate you. That would have been badass. It was so close too.
Right, for the main event, we have Anthony Derrick versus Vince Brooks. This is going to be a great match. If you guys don't know Anthony Derrick, definitely one of our up-and-coming pool players right now. Fargo-wise, he's a 580 something. I know that just a year ago he was like low 540 or like a 536. Trained with some pros. He keeps traveling to Spokane, getting really far in events. So he's raised his.
Do you have change for this?
Yeah, I should. $15, right?
Thank you.
We have a 10-ball race to 10. Okay. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, good shit. I'm a hype player. Me too. I can't wait.
Yeah, losing to me and Russ in the finals will be real good for you both.
Oh, he said we're losing to Russ and Alex in the finals. Yeah, we'll see.
We'll probably have to do a chop.
We'll be seeing who says peak precision then, sir. He gets me. I got a couple zingers in the chamber. All
I'm
right.
excited to watch that at home.
Yeah, you're gonna hear me and Russ stood up. You stood
Really?
up. Both of you.
Yeah, I got one that's
That was good though. So it's just like it's something that like it's like subtle, like it's not like as big as what you'll see with like an APA 4 or a 5. But just like a little bit of like moving up and looking at what's gonna happen with the shot or tensing as you know.
It'd be good to learn for sure. Are you paying players out tonight?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I had like $60 in my left pocket and I was like trying to count my money and I was like, this doesn't make any sense because I went and paid you and then I paid Forrest and I was like, I have $10 left. And then I reached my
Also, I didn't give you any money.
Well, I was confused because you handed me 45 though.
That was a nice shot by Anthony. He
Before your
called
match started.
the carom and made it. Now
Oh,
he's
somebody gave it to me and I gave it to you.
got a real good chance of getting out here. The 7 and 8 are separated. The 9 is off the table. The transition from the 5 to the 6 might be a little tricky, but these guys are two of our top 20 in the valley. They can move the cue ball around very well. You're going to see some good stuff here.
Yeah, so I always really like watching.
5
Just
to 9.
started. Oh, 9-5 for you guys. I really like watching Anthony. He's really come into an ability to play good position with the cue ball, but also like there's just like no shots that he misses, man. Sorry. So there's like a hippie part of me that had to come out for a second. But he'll bring that out of you. He shoots some shots that just look impossible. He's definitely going to be one of Idaho's premier players for the next few years. He's super dedicated, super passionate. His dad, Tim's really good too, so watch out for Tim.
He left himself some angle here, but I think it's close enough that he can hold it pretty well, and he can get right down on that 6. He's going to go over there where he pointed. The cue ball will bounce off of there.
See, and I just pray that one day I can have the strength that he does, because I would have played a safety 20
You're
minutes
trying to
ago.
cut the 5 in, Russ? Is that what you're saying?
And the cue should hit over here, come over,
Back to the
come over by this piece of chalk.
Oh, wow, what a shot.
Such a good shot.
That's probably a lot bigger of an angle than it looks.
I just noticed that Anthony's wearing his Align Right Army shirt, which is a nod to Tanner Pruce. No. Yeah.
Played the short side of the 7.
Yeah.
I'm going to make him do that again.
That was, he was well struck there.
So he's left Vince either a tough cut shot or a bank. I think there was maybe a couple elements of his pre-shot routine that he left out there, but kind of tends to happen if the cue ball gets a little closer. You hit it with spin, and then that spin reacts a lot more than you think it's going to. So.
Nice shot. Oh, no.
So, great shot by Vince. He's just a little funny. He's just got to make the 8 ball and kind of hold it on the bottom half of the table. Or I guess for the stream it'd be the top half. And he did good. He hit that real good. So, good recovery by Vince. It's going to take a 1-0 lead.
Vince stole that one.
Yeah. Well, it's really weird when somebody who works on his game a lot. I practice a lot, and I get down on myself, and so it's good to watch these matches and take a step back and see all the other things going on.
Happens to everyone, yeah.
Yeah, well, pool's just so hard. All right, we got Quentin Dede back in the booth with us.
I'm back in the booth. I'm still sweating. It's fucking hot in here. That was a fun match, though. I feel like that's the funnest thing in pool is playing like in front of people for stakes. Is like there's something different about it. Like tournaments are one thing, but kind of like an organized match between 2 people is just really cool to be a part of.
Absolutely, yeah. So there's definitely, excuse me, as a pool player, there's definitely different kind of pressures that you got to adjust to, like whether you're in a match or in a tournament. Because when you're just playing a single match, you figure, okay, I got my opponent right here. What do I got to do? Or it's a little bit of a longer race and figuring that stuff out. In the tournament, playing a bunch of different players, so you got to kind of just focus on your style, focus on the table. Definitely a lot of different approaches to take into account. I thought you guys both had some really good shots. It was a fun match to watch.
Yeah, I feel like I did shoot some really good shots, but I was also forcing myself to shoot these really hard shots. I didn't play great shape the whole time. Also, I feel like I threw away 2 matches. I missed an easy 9 ball, and I missed a 3 ball running with ball in hand. So that was kind of frustrating at the beginning, but I kind of kept my head down and tried to persevere. And I think at one point it was 5-7, and
Yeah, you got the match real close. Okay, so Vince missed that one. It seemed to me, I kind of started watching at the end of it, but it definitely looked like he was standing up because he missed that ball a little bit more than I'm used to seeing him miss very often. So we got Anthony back at the table. It's a pretty tough shot. He's got to go 2 rails to come back out for the 3. But
you think just go straight across the table and kind of take the cut on the 3?
Yeah, you cut the 2 in, go off the left rail to come back out.
Is he playing safe?
No.
Looks like he might have gotten saved to an extent.
I think he just kind of got down and shot that ball. Could be wrong. Okay.
Vince gets a little lucky on that double kiss there. I think it might be cuttable, though. Let's see what Anthony decides to do. It's going to be back and forth. Oh, playing safe. Nuzzling up on the floor? Not quite.
Yep. Just overends it just a little bit.
Yeah, so this is 10 ball. Unlike 9 ball, where me and Jeff could make any ball we wanted at any time, as long as we hit the first ball first. This game is not like that. You have to call your shots, and you have to call the 10 ball. So a bit less luck involved in this game, but also a bit more skill. So it kind of bounces out.
And it's a weird, like, kind of psychological thing, but when you're playing 9 ball and you know you can slop a ball in, you play a lot more loose.
Yeah.
Because a lot of good things can happen. When you're playing 10 ball, you know that you can't slop a ball in, or if you do something like that, where
See, that's
Anthony
a perfect
made
example.
the ball, and now Vince has the option. If Vince doesn't want this shot, he could make Anthony go back to the table.
Yeah, like say Anthony accidentally just nestled up behind that 10 ball or something, Vince would give it back to Anthony because he wouldn't want to shoot that shot. But this is a pretty good look. Not an easy shot, but a good look. It's a good looking. He's going to give Anthony a shot on the 3 ball. Maybe. Anthony's looking at it now. I don't know if it goes, actually. It does go in the opposite corner. But I don't think he'll play that shot.
So depending on if you could bank the 3 ball 2 rails out and put a little right on that 3 ball, get under the 9 ball.
He is trying to cross bank, but he missed it. Leaves a bit of a cut for Vince here. This ball is going to go wild, so
it could go right in the side pocket unless that 10 ball's in the way. That was close.
He fared pretty well. I think it might go in the side, but if you're Jeff Jones, that goes in the side.
Okay, I can't see how far up. Oh, he's banking the 5, so he doesn't want to cut it in the side.
I thought that was going.
I was gonna say Vince isn't missing any banks tonight.
Yeah,
that went in.
It looked good.
So it's a really thin cut on the 5. Anthony should take care of this. The cue ball should hit over by that 9 ball and come back up so we can
Right
shoot
back
the
onto the 6. Yeah. This shot is a really good shot to learn. Not being afraid to go all the way back down table and then come back, because once you hit 2 rails, your speed's going to check, and a lot of the times you're not going to get too far. So he did shoot that pretty hard, though. He would have had shape on the opposite side, but I think he was playing for the 6 in this pocket by the cue ball.
Yeah, so Anthony's still trying to get his feet. I think he's.
Ooh, Vince miscues. He's not gonna like that.
I think Anthony has a lot of high expectations for himself, so it seems like he might be putting a little bit more pressure on himself than he needs to be. So if he can just kind of take a couple deep breaths, calm down a little bit.
Play his game. That's a great shot right there.
He buried that ball. It's perfect on the 6, 7 in the side. He wants to get under the 7 ball so that he can hit that 7 ball in and roll up to hit the 9. That's what he's measuring right now.
It's a little tricky because the 6, he has to cut the 6 in just a bit, so the cue ball is going to come back towards the rail unless he can cheat the pocket a little bit. He's throwing the ball too.
Yeah, so he threw it to try to avoid what you were talking about.
Right, he came up a little short.
I think he's just straight.
He might be able to put some right on this and go 2 rails to the 9 ball. But this is a tough shot on the rail like that.
I would maybe try to bank the 7 into the 9 ball, or bank the 7 over to where the 9 ball is, and then leave the cue ball on the opposite end rail.
What about banking into that side? Oh.
See, he did what I was talking about doing just with the. I was thinking about doing that with the 7 ball, just because I was scared of leaving the 7 ball over on a rail like that.
Yeah.
I felt like you could do it the other way.
Looks like Vince can see this ball, but it's definitely a tough shot, and he buries it. He's not going to get around for the 9, so.
Yeah, so he's going to be banking the 9. I don't know. He called safety, so.
Right behind the 10 ball is what he's trying. But he doesn't get it.
So, yeah, the theme of the night for me is just like some of these shots, just maybe taking, and I'm looking at my own game thinking about this too, but just taking the few extra seconds to plan out the path that cue ball is going to go on is so important.
That's a nice shot right there.
Yeah, so he threw it in, avoided the scratch perfectly. So
used the long rail.
He's over the pocket.
Cue ball. Oh, wow. Looks like he might get a little lucky here. It's a makeable shot, but I don't see Anthony miss that ball too often.
Yeah, just bridging over the pocket like that. I decided not to commentate or curse him, but that's just kind of one of those tough ones where you're awkward bridging over the pocket.
Vince buries that cut, so Vince takes a 2-0 lead against Anthony in a race to 10.
Both racks could have gone either way, so we still got a really close match.
Yep.
I mean,
yeah, don't think that Anthony being 2 down is.
Well, there's a step that's like I don't know what it is exactly, but he's missing a step on what his normal routine is, and so I think he just needs to kind of remember to just kind of take a step back, take a deep breath, and like we were saying, just play your game.
Yeah, because he's a great shooter, and so is Vince. No discredit to Vince. They're both really great shooters.
Certainly, many would say he's the underdog here, but he's one of those players that has the ability to, once he gets going,
yep,
and once he figures out his break, and also he knows that he's playing Anthony right now. So there's definitely some times where if he would have been playing me or somebody else, I know he would have gone offense.
Yeah.
And so he's really showing respect to Anthony by not taking on shots that he knows that he can't.
It's really, I mean, it's probably just because Alex and I play him and we're not as good as Vince, but that's something you don't often see from Vince is play. Wow, what a shot! Playing safe and a little less offensively. It's kind of like Jeremy, where he really likes to play offensively.
I don't know I think if Jeremy's listening, that might be the first time he's heard the word safe.
Yeah, literally.
Play safe, Jeremy. What are you doing?
Well, Vince misses that shot in the side, and he comes up short on his or long on his lead too. So a little bit of a miscue there. Miscue as in miscue in his tempo, not in his cue. He's going to catch the 5 ball.
Hey, thanks again for coming out. I'll be in touch.
Have a good night, man. Thanks for playing.
I'm set against you one of these days.
Who's he talking to?
I don't know. Barely misses that. Got a little
second prize.
Yeah. So kind of probably glad he didn't make that ball. Although, I guess Vince could have gave it back to him because we're playing 10 ball. Grand salami time. Just over the fence. That's badass. 12 straight wins. That's insanity.
I can't even believe it. I'm always so disappointed. And I've been rooting for that team since I've been rooting for the Niners and the Mariners since I was a kid.
Me too.
I'm just like,
in the last 5 years, I've become a huge Mariners fan. And the seasons are quite disappointing. This looks like it's going to end up pretty good for Vince. Russ, how are you feeling for your match? How are you feeling for your match?
Pretty good. Mark said he was going to go get his cast put on and hopefully get that splint taken off his stomach.
What?
I think we'll be all right.
Is Mark here?
He just walked in. He's got a terrible lip. I'm going to give him a minute or two. That'll help.
There you go.
man. So we got Russ to the right of us. He's laying the sharking on thick. The match is still about an hour away, but he's, sometimes you got to set some stuff out to thaw, get some of the ingredients ready.
For sure. He's got jokes all day long.
Yeah.
3 of them are good, he says. I don't know if I'd go that far.
When you guys were playing your match, he was like, "We're not special. We're just commentators."
Oh, Vince narrowly misses.
I think Vince heard my terrible joke. Sorry, Vince.
I thought it was funny when Jeff said that we were doing fight night, not pillow fight. I think that was because we were both kind of having some goofs.
Yeah, just the first game jitters or whatever you want to call it. So,
looks like Anthony will take this game. Oh, that's a brave shot and a nice shot. I thought he might go for the side pocket.
Yeah, so.
Heart of the pocket. So Anthony
really
takes
good.
his first game.
He really bared down and made sure to make that ball, the 10 ball. Shot it really good and made sure that he delivered the cue the way that he knows how to. That's a big key for him now that the score is 2-1. I'm just kind of staying comfortable and, remembering that he's done this before.
And for Vince is just to keep, I think, playing like he's been playing. I mean, he's been shooting really good. And like we said earlier, playing smart, safe shots or conservative shots at times that need it. So I hope Vince doesn't get too hasty and start shooting shots that maybe he shouldn't.
Okay. He gets the side pocket scratch. I think I didn't see a ball go in, but I think a ball did go in. I heard something. So he's pushing out, and he's going to get that back.
That'll go right back to Anthony.
Yeah. He didn't even look back at Vince. He started. So So again, on a push out, Anthony pushed the cue ball to where Vince could have been like, I'm going to shoot that or make you shoot it. So whenever you're the one pushing out, you're usually kind of at a disadvantage because your opponent can say, oh, I don't want to shoot that or make you shoot it. Then you're kind of forced to do something you don't want to.
Kind of the idea behind pushing out is to do something that you think you can do, but your opponent can't.
See,
That's
that was
gonna.
a little bit unlucky that the one ball came through like that. And keeping the stream constant at about 15 people. Thanks everyone who's listening. I totally understand if you hit the mute button, listen to me talk all night, but it's been pretty fun so far.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I'm really excited to do this more.
Yeah, it's new.
I love watching pool. I could watch pool on the internet all day long. So actually doing what I watch on the internet all day long is pretty cool.
Yeah. Very addictive game.
Yeah. And something to mention is Alex and I are obviously not professionals. We don't know everything. Sometimes we might make a wrong prediction. We might make a right prediction. We're not claiming to be the best pool player ever. We're just trying to kind of make it entertaining by calling what we think we would do and going from there.
Yeah, we're both matchroom nerds, so we're always watching the professional. Oh my gosh, you
What
buried
a
that ball.
sexy ass shot right there.
So I hope y'all were watching that 2 ball. That was pure.
Could this ball go in the side? Yep, that's what he's calling. 3 ball in the side pocket. Bank. I think he might have been playing more safe, but just called the side pocket there.
Yeah, a lot of times in 10 ball, a lot of players will avoid calling a safe and they'll just call a pocket anyway, just because they would rather call a shot and
That's
then
gonna
make
work
it
out nice.
rather than accidentally make it and let their opponent choose whether or not they come to the table again.
Right.
So there is a philosophy with 10 ball where some players never call safe. They always find a pocket to call, and I think that was a little bit of what Anthony was doing there. Caught that super thin. I think that was another 2-way where he cut it super thin, but he just knew that where he was going to leave the cue ball was going to be behind that stack of balls. So just a really extremely productive shot for Anthony because Vince kind of just fell for the trap. Vince kicked at it and then broke out all the balls. Now, of course, Anthony doesn't have to run out from here. But a lot of times, if you're playing a 580 Fargo, you should mentally expect them to.
Yeah.
You might roll up a little too far on this one. I think he did.
See, once he gets his speed down, and that's where.
Yeah. If you don't want to.
All right, we're gonna have Jeff come on into the booth.
I'll ask him some questions, and it'll be fun.
Yeah, he's the one that I just played in my match, so maybe he can talk a little bit about how that was.
How you doing, sir?
Sorry.
No worries.
How's it going?
Good. How you doing, Jeff? Feeling good?
Feeling all right. Not too bad. These guys are shooting.
Yeah,
As soon as I was about to
curse.
say.
So, Jeff commentator cursed Anthony right there. Had nothing to do with anything Anthony did.
Zero. With what
Ooh, that was a
Anthony
great
did.
bank shot. Got real unlucky hitting that 9 ball. Cool.
He's a real straight shooter. Wow, look at that. Look at that.
That's not okay.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, he's a great shooter. This guy's always pulling those out.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to this match the most.
Oh boy.
Look at this.
Oh,
that.
Couldn't have ended up better.
Putting the 10
well,
right
he
in
has
front of the pocket.
He has to draw it a little bit, but I'm sure he'll be okay.
Perfect touch. Anywhere on that side of the table would have been fun. Making it look easy.
So how is it out there? Is it a little nerve-wracking or being on the stream and all that stuff the first time?
Well, I've been on a few streams before, so I'm kind of used to it. It's different when it's a one-on-one. I think all the streams I've been on before have been team matches, so
Right.
I guess a little extra pressure. But
Yeah.
once you get in a groove, you stop thinking about it. I'd say the first couple games were a little shaky, but
Yeah.
you kind of forget about it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's normal for everyone to kind of go through that little warm-up or kind of get through the first couple games.
Yeah. And I feel like more of my nerves came from not playing enough on the 9-footers. I need to do that more often.
Absolutely.
It's
a different world out there. It can be.
Goodness gracious.
I noticed a couple of times for sure. There was definitely some shots. You walked away and you're like, I don't know why I hit that hard. And I was kind of saying, I was like,
I was
everything. I was like, yeah, I think that the 9-foot table, like he's mentally thinking, like, okay, I got to travel farther, but like really, like
It's
you maybe
really
need to
not
put that
that-
much more.
yeah.
Of this, it's like really
Not as far as you think. And I was overhitting everything, and I don't think I nailed a single safe in that match because I was overhitting them.
Yeah, they were.
He was killing it with the saves.
Yeah, he landed some pretty gnarly
I was
safeties.
kicking
I was
left and
surprised
right. It was
that
crazy.
one that he did where there was the 8 ball and the 9 ball. I thought he was going to have ball in hand. Truly.
I think I only gave him ball in hand on one of them, and I was pretty proud of that.
Yeah,
it's like my biggest. Just don't give ball in hand. Come on, it's a 9-footer. It's not going to be easy as long as you hit it, you know.
Absolutely. Oh my!
Look at this guy.
Don't get behind the 6 though. All right.
Wow, that was damn close.
Yeah, no, Vince is looking good. I think just like from everyone I've seen, he is kind of teaching me too, like just stepping back and watching it. I think that everyone could take maybe like 5 more seconds.
Oh yeah.
And that'll make such a world of difference. Like I think with a lot of safety shots and stuff like that, or especially easy ones too. Oh boy. Those easy shots will like creep up and get you, especially on a table like this.
You're focusing a little too much on the leave. The way I try to play, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite. I don't always do this like I should.
Right. Yeah.
But Dave Mackey told me never shoot while you're thinking, and never think while you're shooting. And so I try to play that way as much as I can.
Shout out Dave Mackey. It's the second time that he's been brought up, and the way that he's helped us. He helped me with if I made a good shot, I know that I need to walk around the table and take 15 seconds to calm down.
Get that adrenaline down.
Yeah, get the adrenaline out of there. But that's another good one too. You gotta make all your plans for the cue ball standing up, and then get down on your shot and commit to making it. A lot of that is developing the muscle memory on some of these shots where you know, like for instance, that 4 ball off the rail. You're going to see a ball on the rail like that in every game. So sometimes it's good to practice that, get those spins down, figure it out so that you can count on it in a match.
Absolutely.
So I think
what was the context of him getting brought up before?
Oh, well, somebody made I think it was either Q or you drilled like a wildly good bank shot and then just missed the next shot.
Oh, not those guys. Gotcha.
So I just thought that was because Russ and I played with Steve Ransom, Jason Cutler, and Dave Mackey in Vegas.
Oh yeah.
And that was what he said to me. He's like, "You're shooting really good. Just if you make a good shot, don't go shoot the next shot right away."
Yeah. I think I distracted myself there because you did say that.
No, it's but scores 3-1. We got Vince versus Anthony. Vince is at the table. Buried it.
Good lead too. I don't know if he was meaning to give himself the corner or the highly recommended Jones.
Yeah.
Highly recommended. It just has that. Makes me giddy, that's for sure. Probably would have wanted to draw back a little bit more than that, but I think he'll be fine. Look at that. Look at that spin. That was perfect. Really nice shot.
Just got to roll the 9-ball in.
Vince came to play.
Yep, Vince is in stroke. You're just
joke.
looking at that shot and getting down and shooting it like that. So Anthony's definitely got his work ahead of him. I think the score's 4-1 now.
Yeah, you're right.
So Anthony still hasn't really been able to find his footing and really get warmed up. He doesn't seem super comfortable yet. So if he does get comfortable, you can look for the score to even up real quick. But Vince is doing exactly what he needs to do. Just staying down one ball at a time and just taking it as it comes. And if you're playing somebody like Anthony, it can get really distracting to know that if you mess up that he's just going to go clean the table. So
yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on you. The interesting thing, I think, is how quickly these two guys shoot. I don't know if this is necessarily true for everybody, but sometimes I feel like when you shoot so quickly and you're drilling them like they do, it can be, what would the word be? Intimidating.
Intimidating for sure. Well, yeah.
But when both of these guys can do that, it kind of takes that out of play.
Yeah.
But it is. I think you said it earlier. Just a couple extra seconds, I think, could really do Anthony some good right now, which it looks like he is.
Right. So I think he just pushed to a jump shot. So he's testing. So that was a little bit of a test. Anthony just tested Vince to see if Vince wants to do any jump shots. Okay.
Great hit.
So that was another shot.
Look at that.
Anthony was definitely playing a safety there, but he called the 5-ball in case it went in. He just didn't want Vince to be able to tell him, I'm going to shoot or you going to shoot. He's like, if I'm,
Yeah, you really should call something every time in Temple, I think. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that you wouldn't.
Yeah, very rarely.
It's nice to see how many people are.
Yeah, it stayed pretty consistent, so it's really cool. I don't know how many people are listening to us walk around, but I'm having fun. So just a random, is he shooting the 2 next? Okay, I was like, bro, he's hooked on the 3. I was like, poor guy. But no, he's shooting the 2 ball, so we're all good.
The interesting thing is, no matter how he shoots this, unless he gets behind it, he's gonna be shooting a combo. It looks like.
Yeah. He's going for the 3-5. I don't even think the 3 passed on the other side too. So it's like, why play the cue ball that far?
Unless he got behind it, which I don't know why you'd want to. He was gonna be shooting a combo.
Great shot, and I think we're gonna see. I think we might see a 10-ball combo. But I think he's looking for a safety right now.
If I were Quentin, I'd probably just hit that 3 and roll up on the 10. He was
Yeah.
hooking me like crazy with those.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was saying. I was like in Boise, none of us are used to that shot. Like that shot just got introduced to us by Earl and Oscar because they kept doing it when they were here. It's a shot that I've seen people do, but it takes a little more control than you realize when you try to do it. And so as a beginner, it can be an easy shot to. So you call the 10. He's gonna play a safety. It can be an easy. I kind of. Let's watch this.
Wow.
See?
Hell of a shot.
Don't try that at home, kids.
That was a heck of a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, he absolutely did. So scores 4-2, I believe.
Yeah. What are they racing to?
10.
10.
So So to any of you guys listening, we haven't seen any comments for a while, but if we have our next match coming up, it's One Pocket, Mark Adams versus Russ Zorn. Is there anybody currently listening that's tuning in for that or has any questions about One Pocket? Could be a really interesting game, so interested to see how that goes.
A heck of a break.
Scratch. It's just I don't know if that 3-ball kind of spoiled things. He's probably just going to go. Knowing Anthony, he already shot the rail first. We just haven't seen it happen yet.
Yeah, no shit. Great way of putting it. It's nice to see him giving it an extra second or two.
Yeah.
I actually, heck of a shot.
Yeah, so now I'll have to shoot the 2 into the other corner, but doesn't have a whole lot of future with the 4-ball, so I wouldn't be surprised if he comes around, hits the 2 in, and knocks the cue ball into that 4-9, because it could hold it up so that he could shoot the 3 in and then break that 4 out.
That'd be a great shot if you could do that. I actually had the pleasure of shooting with Anthony in Lincoln City one year, and that was awesome. That was my first real test in Lincoln City, and we played in the gold division that year and took, I think, 5th. But that guy's absolute stud,
Yeah, he's if you ever get a chance to spend a lot of time around him, if you sit there for a couple hours and he gets loose and just starts playing pool, there's not a lot that anybody can do. If he's having fun, it's no good. So again, this 4-ball is just a real problem right now. You either got to make it and break it out or play position or do some kind of a safety here. So he's gonna bank it really hard so that if he misses it, the 4-ball will go down behind. No, never mind.
I don't know if I agree with how that. Yeah, I'm not the one at the table, but I think I would have probably played it the way you described.
Yeah, just hit it super hard so that maybe if you underbank it, but it hits that bottom rail and it goes up there and then sprays up to the top, and you got the cue ball right there.
I mean, we all know how hard I like to hit it anyway.
Oh boy! So that ball. What are we doing?
Wow, that would have been a good lead too.
It started to fall and then it didn't. So, all right, there's a little bit of okay. It's actually somewhat perfect.
Yeah, I mean, interesting way to shoot it, but it worked out perfect. That was interesting.
Yeah, so we'll cut the 6 in and get on the 9 or the 7. I mean,
I think you meant to draw that a little bit,
or have left spin. Let's see, it's that extra couple of seconds. Could have gotten that cue ball behind the 10, maybe.
Absolutely. Well,
I'm just taking notes for myself. This is what I do all the time.
Right.
But I'm always in my skin just doing it. Just being like, oh well.
And you know, I'm guilty of it. I rushed a few of my shots earlier. Definitely try not to, but it happens.
Okay, so got a little bit unlucky with the 7-ball rolling that far down because Vince's banking has been pretty spot on. I'd expect him to be pretty close on this bank. Never mind.
Never mind.
So maybe there's a double kiss, or he just doesn't like the position for the 9-ball.
Oh, look at this. Yeah, that's a good call.
4-2. Vince.
That was a great save. Distance is your friend on the 9-footer. Ooh, a little hard.
Yep. Yeah, he wants that to stop, and it's not going to. So that's pretty much just hit the 7 in, hit the 9 in, hit the 10 in. Take your time, kids.
Just a couple extra seconds.
Yeah, it's real. Well, that was just
Didn't think he could hold it, so he went the long route. It looks like it's going to give him a slightly tough
he's
angle.
going to cut it 4 rails. He's going to go 3 rails up, down, up.
Right. Oh.
He wants that cue ball to stop, like right now.
Right there. Give it that old 50-yard line. Oh, what's he gonna do? I think I don't know. Just given what he's been. Oh, it looks like he is calling it. Interesting.
Played great shape.
Yeah.
Left Anthony real tough. I think that this one's going in though.
Yeah, it's not often he misses twice.
Especially the same shot. Give him the exact same shot again. Hit that 10.
Oh.
He wanted that.
Yeah. Sister, bring her home for the weekend. Have a safe drive, Brock.
Brandon, I got you for $26.25. What's your card look like?
Damn. Went for a thin slice to safety and just barely missed it.
You want back in again? I'll get in whenever you're done.
All right, when you're back. That was a tough shot by Anthony. He's going to need to brush that one up. Those are the types of mistakes that a player could easily let get to him, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I used to not be so good about that myself. You just got to brush those off.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's not out of it. I mean, it's still a long way to go.
For all you football fans out there, a lot of football analysts and stuff talk about the cornerbacks of the NFL. And, oh boy, that's a dry break. Just got the 10 ball. I'm real close. But so the quarterbacks always have to guard the wide receivers. And so these are the guys that usually get burned for a touchdown and then have to go back out 20 seconds later and guard the same guy.
Right.
So if the quarterback goes back to that second play knowing that he just got burned for a touchdown, he's going to get burned for another touchdown. So it's just one of those really ruthless things where you got to What's
that to stop?
I think it stopped just in time for it. Well, no, I think Vince can see it.
I think you can barely see it, but it's definitely not an ideal one for him either.
Yeah,
So
it just depends on where that 2-ball's at.
it looks like there's
You
barely
could
enough.
almost You could almost hit at the 10 again.
Yeah.
I've scratched so many times cutting the ball.
Yeah, me too.
He's gonna get behind the 9 now, though.
Oh wow. Oh, is that gonna? Yes, it is.
And
Wow, got real lucky for
so
that.
is he gonna have to do
two-ball.
a trip combo now?
I don't know if that. I don't think that 10 ball was right in front of the pocket. So if it were me, I'd be going for the run out.
Yeah, as long as the 3-ball's not.
Yeah, the 3 is tough, huh?
The triple combo?
I don't think I would.
That
Maybe.
310 that he did earlier was pretty sick.
What happened?
Oh, he did.
That 310, yeah, he drilled
yeah,
that
that was
310
nice.
in the side.
That
Oh, he called the 6-ball. So maybe the 3 will roll out for the 310
was
combo.
a heck of a shot. Wow.
It looks like
I probably have to play the carom.
Yeah,
I like the carom here, anyways.
I think I do too. I don't like
if
the
he
combo,
tried
I'll
if he
say
tried
that.
the combo, you could get the cue ball under that 5 and 7 fairly easily, hitting it kind of hard.
Oh, man.
Hey, at least it's a run out at this point, right?
Absolutely.
I think he did what he needed to do. Not the most ideal result, but better than
Yeah.
Dressing up the 310 combo.
yeah. I'll trade you out after this game.
You're good. Yeah. Hey. What's up? Just watching some pool.
Yeah, giving himself some angle to get back to the 7.
Are you watching stuff? Yeah, well, there's this match and Russ is playing it over. I don't know. It depends on if you're awake or not. I'll come over there if you stay up.
Vince is definitely the type to want to let a stroke out.
For sure.
No. Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was frozen on that 9 ball. So
I'll keep you updated.
He definitely tends to go like to. Yeah, he seems to have a lot of control. Don't get me wrong, but he's.
I think there can be I don't know, maybe you do this or maybe it's something that I just do, but I think that sometimes when you start shooting like that, like you get down and hurry up and fire it because you'd rather miss the hard shot and miss it than take the time to try to make it and then still miss it. So you're kind of like, it's like a self-defeating where you've already given up on the shot before you even shoot it.
That's a great way to describe that.
Because you go, oh man, I got to cut this and I got to go 3 rails. Oh man, I better just get down and try this because I'm already SOL. So,
yeah.
But and this was something I talked about a little bit during the Forrest and Corey match because Forrest was up 2-0 and just made a couple just like small little errors, but it allowed Corey enough breathing room to take a couple shots that let him get back in. That's just like as the skill levels get higher and higher, that's something that you can't do. So
absolutely.
The score now is 5-3. So it's going to be really up to Vince. He really would like to get the next 2 racks again and just really keep that pressure on that.
I'm going to tag out. It's been fun.
Yep. Have a good night, Jeff. Good
Thanks,
shooting,
Jeff.
sir.
We should get together again soon.
That is not allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, dude. I'm working on my kick game this time around.
That's a good idea.
I don't have to practice kick shots. I just be Russ's Scotch doubles partner.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Shout out to anyone who's ever been Scotch's Russ double partner.
Do you remember when you were playing?
You hear what I said?
Yeah. I don't think I've ever played with Russ Scotch doubles, but do you remember when you were playing with? Was it Oscar or Earl where he kept leaving you kind of shitty and you were like kicking in shots?
Yeah, I kicked in two. I made two of the greatest kick shots of my life in
In
front
a
of
row.
Oscar Dominguez and Earl Strickland.
Yeah.
Oh man, I would kill to get the video of both those kick shots because they were both really good.
Yeah, and Oscar started. He was like, "What did he say?" He was like,
Well, it was funny because I kicked the one ball in, and then he was like, he could have put the cue ball here.
Yeah, he was getting on Alex for his position after he kicked in a ball that Oscar left him bad on. All right, so where are we at? Anthony's at 3. Vince is at 5. 4, 5, yeah. 3 to 5.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
So that's,
That 3-10 combo is looming.
that's the worst thing.
Oh, I think the carom 2, 3, 10. What do you think about that?
Let's see, I think he's gonna play to shoot the 2 in the other corner so he can do the 3-10. No, he's just 2, 3-10 carom.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's a good call. Smart.
Nice shot.
He got safe too. Oh, not really.
All right, so
Yeah,
Vince gets to what? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that's a rough one when you know. Would have been like a lot of times you never coach somebody to just hand somebody the cue ball. Or when you kick at something and miss and then the cue ball hits the 10 ball in front of the 2 ball. So it's like, what did I do to
Yeah, what? Literally, it's that's the most frustrating thing about pool is like that can always happen, and sometimes you don't deserve it. Credit to Vince though, he's shooting really good. I think I've only seen him miss 2, maybe 2 balls. Anthony's got a handful so far.
balls are breaking dry. It's just kind of the weird thing about 10 balls. Sometimes if you're breaking dry, like your opponent comes to the table and has nothing he can really do on the 1 ball.
Mm-hmm. I might go inside. Oh. How do you think we did on timing, Alex? Oh, that's going right in the corner.
What do you mean?
Do you think we should shorten the races or start earlier, or do you think this is good?
It's a good question.
So it's 10:38 right now, and Russ and Mark haven't started. So I'm guessing probably the earliest they start is like 11:15. Oh, there's a good shot by Anthony. The bar closes at 2, so we're not in jeopardy of having to shut down early, but
yeah,
it's getting late.
Yeah. I'd
Maybe
like to get it finished by 11 in the future if we can.
Maybe do 3 matches instead of 4. I wouldn't.
Well, the 8
I don't
ball
want to
match
split the races, really.
Well, and also the other thing that to keep in mind is 8 ball is the longest one, and since that one went hill,
right?
That was like
That's
almost a 2-hour match.
Yeah.
So.
Right here. Thank you.
It was a really good break. Cue ball got kicked. I think he has a shot at the 1 though.
Tough shot.
Ref, you want to take over? What?
Thank you for calling the market. This is Christina. I haven't been able to say that.
Okay. As long as it keeps everything careful here. Just got to kind of figure out maybe the 8-10 combo. It looks like the 10 goes to the left of the pocket. So he's just going to have to do something with that black 8 ball. Yeah, just taking some extra time because he's trying to figure out what to do with that 8 ball. So it's good. He's taking a look around and making a plan. Okay. So I think it's a little thin to go on the side. So he's aiming for the 8 ball in the side pocket though. So he's going to try to, looks like, cut the 6 ball on the side, come up off the end rail, and then the short rail to the right. It looks really tough to hold the cue ball to get a good angle to shoot that 9 ball afterwards. So making the 6 ball kind of leaves it natural to get on the 8. He'll come out, he'll go 2 rails, then bounce off that 3rd rail. He'll have to, he's banking the 6. So never mind. He doesn't like the cut. The cue ball would probably contact the 10 ball. That's the only reason why he would have done that. Left Anthony a bank or something to play safe with. So Vince was trying to bank that 6 ball so it would go down to the end rail, but the 6 ball hit the 9 ball. So the 9 ball is kind of where Vince was trying to get that 6 ball. So it didn't really work out the way he wanted it to. Okay. That was a professional grade stroke. Hitting that ball in from full table, getting the good English. He hit it in pure. He didn't miss anything. Textbook. On that one, he could have drawn back a little more. So he's got a thin cut. He's going to try to go up, down, and then come back up. I mean, put that 10 ball in. This is a tricky shot. These shots are no joke. So it's an important 10 ball. Yeah. He just doesn't want it to scratch. Yeah, it's scratch. That's brutal. Yeah, so Anthony's got some real good strokes going on. It's just, that can be the really awful thing about playing rotation. You have all those good shots to get yourself on the 10 ball, and he had to shoot the 9 ball like that.
Hello, Mr. Vogel.
Hello, Russ Zorn.
How are you
Back in
today?
the booth. I'm good. I'm watching Anthony's just living in a little bit of 10-ball hell right now.
Yeah, he's having the war of attrition. I think if we had a ball count made, I think Anthony'd be way ahead, but the score is lopsided the opposite.
Yeah, he's
making 6 or 7, 8 balls a rack.
Well, it's just one of the things that when you hang out with a guy like Russ a lot, you kind of learn, it's super tough with rotation, but you got to learn not to keep the pressure on yourself. And if you're a great player like Anthony, he knows his abilities and his ability to make these shots. And so he's just putting a lot of stress on himself to be able to execute a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, and I think there's times like in that last game when you got to the 6 ball, the 7, 8, 9, 10 it was very hard to stay in line. I think he would have been better off to play a nice safe on the 6 rather than trying to run out those last 5 because
he hit
it was
that
trouble.
He got the cue ball down on that bottom left rail, and the next ball was like kind of where that 5 ball is. So he hit it full table with top left and went 3 rails to come out for perfect position, and then he got straight on the 8 ball and just didn't draw it back far enough to get on the 9. But seriously, the way he hit that 7 ball with that much English, it was a really, really pure hit.
Yeah, no, that was a terrific hit.
And then he cut the 9 in real good, and it was just it's like kind of like I hear Jeremy Jones talk about a lot of times. You'll usually have a couple shots like that'll be able to bail yourself out, but you never want to have to do 3 of them in a row.
Yep.
And that 10 ball was just the 3rd one in a row. So.
Yeah, when you get that situation where the 10 was right on the rail like that, and it was about 1/8 of an inch or 3/16, it wasn't on the rail, it was close. That's one of the hardest shots in pool because you can't cheat it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So what Russ is saying is when the ball's on the rail, us pool players, we know a couple things that we can do to hit the cue ball in a way that is just going to make the ball go in. But if that ball's even an inch off the rail, it just kind of throws all that to the dogs or the wolves, whatever you want to call it. It just...
Don't talk dogs when Jamie's watching. She'll put you in a trap.
She's already feral. Shout out, Jamie. We're just waiting for you to comment some more smack talk. It hasn't happened. I guess you're gone. So, love you.
Jamie and Molly Rose are good for our community. That was a nice shot by Vince. He probably won't be rewarded, but at least he didn't give away ball in hand.
Correct.
That 8, 9, 10 is no gimme either. Or I'm sorry, the 8, 9, 10. Getting from the 8 to the 9 to the 10 is not going to be
don't get behind that. No, he's good. He's going to hit it.
Clean. Now he can separate those. Now he can separate the 9, 10 if he wanted.
I don't think he will. So he decelerated.
Yep, classic deceleration. It's another thing that's important. It comes back to what we talked about in that second match was the transition period. When Vince or Anthony is transitioning from their backstroke to their four-stroke, if they do it well, they make every shot. And when they short it, just like that one, when Vince kind of short-stroked it, it doesn't give the cue enough time to stop and transition forward, and you don't get the desired result.
Yeah, the cue ball doesn't understand what you're trying to do.
Exactly. The idea in pool, and it sounds silly, is when you get up there, you want to tell that cue ball, this is where you are going to go. It's just like if you're driving your car. You don't just let the car drive itself. You have to tell it where to go, or you'll never get where you're aimed at. And this $5.50 a gallon gas, you don't want to be doing that. Same thing in pool. You got to tell that cue ball. See, he did that. That was, you couldn't do it better than that. No one on earth could shoot a better shot than that one. Now, the important thing is to do these next 3.
he had to go rail first because he was just dead straight on that 8-ball. So just another wild thing where you hit a perfect shot and then land straight in. You need that angle. See, and there's also just you see top players like that. You get down and you see that it's a hard shot, and somebody like you or me might try to baby it to give it the possibility of going in. Anthony has so much confidence in his stroke that he just knows how to make the ball. He delivers the stroke that he needs to get the cue ball where it's going. And that's a real big difference, I would say, from like the 525 and unders to like a 580, like your Jeff Hurley's, your Lucky Johnny. They have that stroke that they can trust that even though they're putting all that power, all that English, if you or I get down and try to do some of those shots, we'll be looking pretty silly.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And then my Achilles heel on those is deceleration because I'm trying to baby the ball. And you don't want to baby the ball. You want to use a regular medium stroke and just stroke it.
Yep.
Like you do on every other shot.
So that was a very important rack for Anthony.
Yeah, that was
the score is 7-5 now, I think. As opposed to it could have been 8-4 instead of 7-5. So that was it's a big swing. There's just like silly little things like this, it's like trying to get the break to work for you. And then being like, okay, cool. If I miss this jump shot, then, Vince got a pretty good chance of getting out from here.
I think what I would do on this shot, instead of jumping it, I think I would cut that 6 over in front of the one, call a push, and then if you get it back, then go ahead and jump it.
Shit, bro, I thought we were homies.
Here's a golden opportunity for Anthony if he can just follow through with it.
Yeah, just needs to make sure that 9, I don't know how much of that 9 is blocking the 1. Yeah, Vince missed that 1 ball. He just got a little bit too much English in there. So. That 6 ball might have helped him. He might have been behind the 3 or the 8. It's not ideal, but I think that actually kind of kept him in there.
I think what Vince tried to do was develop shape when he was going to have automatic shape.
Okay, good safety by Anthony.
That was a terrific shot, because if he would have done that same kind of thing that 2 games ago, it would have been tied at 6 now, where he decided right then he was not going to run out. Rather than trying to make something happen, he used what the table gave him.
I talked about it a lot in Forrest and Corey's match, and this is probably the 3rd time I brought it up in this match. Corey's down 2-0 to Forrest. In that 3rd rack, Forrest just gets a little bit, I wouldn't say careless, but just maybe a little bit more complacent. He's up 2-0.
Yeah, I think he took a couple shots for granted, and they just didn't go in.
Yeah, so he did a couple shots that just weren't, and it's been kind of the same thing everyone I've seen where, like, good hit. So it's a straightforward bank shot, but still a good recovery. So, yeah, I think that everybody who's played tonight could just take the extra 3 to 4, 5 seconds to, plan the path of that cue ball.
Yep.
It's a good example that, right there, really got to get that 4 ball down to the end rail, for that safety to be successful.
Yeah, or rub the cue ball up against that 10 ball, and it doesn't matter where the four ends up.
Okay. Don't. Okay. All right, so Vince will probably roll this ball up to shoot the 5 up top or all the way down, however you want to phrase it.
I think I'd roll it forward and just take what you get.
Yep. Yeah, it's a real tough shot on the 5. He's been hitting shots like these all night, though. So nothing like a good old commentator curse.
I know I talk about playing safe a lot, but I think on this shot, I might just bank that 5 on the natural bank back and leave the 5 behind the 9 and roll the cue right to that top rail, or do that. Wow.
Yeah, he's been burying those. He shot a 10 ball like that. It was like, damn.
I did that Mass A on the 7 and maybe the second game. He didn't even think about it and just drilled it.
Wow.
See, that's it. If you put a bunch of spin on and don't hit it hard, that's
where.
Yeah, the cue ball takes an awkward path, and then the object ball takes a more awkward path. See how he stayed down on that shot? That was a nice play. Vince is hard to play against because he's fearless. He shows very little emotion, doesn't play on his emotions off his sleeve, just hits them. This is a very natural roll to it. That was a very nicely struck. So he didn't put any unwanted spin or unneeded spin on it. He wasn't trying to create shape. He just took what the table was going to give him, and the table was going to give him a good position.
Yeah. Well, you can definitely tell that he's also, whether it's because he's just had to do that shot a million times, that he's practiced that down to a T, because, it's really good awareness to stop that 8 ball and roll out to just have that perfect angle to play 2 rails for that position. So he's hanging in there, but I believe, is it 6-7? 7-6. Okay, so if there's one thing you can say about Anthony, he likes to play pool, so.
Yeah, Anthony always says he'd love to play hill matches every rack or every match. I'm different. I would just soon win 5-0, 5-1.
That break was gross.
Yeah.
4 balls on the break.
10 ball never moved a millimeter, and the rest of them exploded.
All right. Mind your P's and Q's, sir. See, he already knows the path the cue ball is going to go on. That way he can just go look at his shot and get down and take it. If he doesn't get out from here, I won't believe it. It rolled like an inch farther than it needed to.
I think he's still good, unless I don't think that 7 will come into play. I think if he just hits a nice stroke, the cue ball come right out to the center of the table. Well, he spun it, but he spun it perfect.
Okay. So he just doesn't want to land straight on the 5 ball. And he was super conscious of that. Got that too thin. So we're going to see a safety. That's brutal.
Here's what I would do, Alex.
Hit the 10 in?
I would carry him the 10 in and leave the 7 right on this rail. if it's possible. I don't know. Maybe they're too close.
Good, Jeremy.
Nice shot.
Break and run for Anthony Derrick. Tied the match. So in the 10-ball rules, he just had to thinly hit that 7-ball, that brown ball or the maroon one. So as long as he makes contact with that and then he calls the 10 is the game-winning ball. He made contact with the lowest numbered ball. So we've seen a couple of those combos tonight. And that's once that 10 ball goes in, that wins the game. There are other rules for 10 ball and different stuff that we can discuss, but that's how this one's going. So we got a tie game right now, race to 3. Ooh. 2 ball goes 4 rails.
And a cue ball.
Shaking his head.
Cue ball is hooked in the corner.
Yes.
My OnlyFans, please.
No, but I did say that if you have bad credit, Chuck don't give a fuck.
Good.
Next week we will have a beep button.
How do people get in the chat?
Huh?
How are people chatting?
Oh, it's on YouTube.
See the chat.
I'm not sure. You should be able to.
You have to go into your own channel. You can't take it off of a copy.
Oh,
If you go into YouTube off of your phone,
see, I was watching it like that, but I don't see the chat.
Yeah. When I go in,
If I go through the app, it'll probably let me.
yeah, that's kind of the idea. Now I gotta go and struggle to find the chat again.
That's what it is. You just gotta be through the app.
Just gonna do the 1-6.
yeah, he's going to carry them off the 1, then off the rail and into the 6. And then the problem is here the cue ball is going to die and the 1's going to end up in a bad spot.
Oh,
But he saved it for now.
so I see Shane Van Boning do that a lot. Shane's really good at hitting combos when he knows he's going to lose the ball. He crushes it like that, so because he knows it's going to come around full table. So
That
crushed
was a
it.
nice stroke.
Now you don't just hit the ball in that hard without having hours and hours of hard work put in. So he's been playing since he was a kid. Nice shot. He really likes Earl Strickland. Anthony tries to emulate a lot of Earl stuff into his game. He's always watched him. There's some pictures that we found of a younger Earl, and it actually looks a lot like Anthony. So that's pretty wild, too.
That was a nice stroke.
See, I'm going to come up with a proposal for the WPBA to ban that shot entirely.
That's a good idea.
It should be illegal.
Maybe during the week and during the next couple of experiments.
Okay, so
Now, it's important for whatever whatever spot he chooses to shoot the 9, he's got to commit to it so he doesn't get in between.
So Earl would play to shoot the 9 in the corner and come off that left rail for the 10. Now he's going to shoot it in the side. He got right where he didn't want to get, though. So he's going to have to just roll this 9 in and then cut the 10 in. He might even follow it to the rail and then go back or do that.
A lot of people would bank this right back at us, but the natural bank to this bottom right corner is a much better. I don't care for this one because you're going to leave the 10 in the pocket. Yeah.
The double kiss prevented what Russ was saying, but I think he's absolutely right. But that was a tough spot to be in. I mean, nice cut by Vince. So we got 8-7 Vince.
Now we're going to see where the nerves come to play. Whoever doesn't let the nerves get away from him will win this match.
I'll be right.
Another thing in 10 ball, we just need to have one ball in the front, 10 ball in the middle. The rest of them could be totally random. Some of us put the 2-3 on the bottom corners. There's no rule for or against that now. You just have to have the 1 in front, 10 in the middle, and you have to hit the 1 ball first. The 1 ball didn't come out of there very well that time. Anthony's playing to his strength. He's going to leave Vince long because he knows this is the time of the game where the nerves come into play. And it's hard to control both balls. Vince is trying to hide behind the 2 and the 4, but didn't quite make it. Anthony got a pretty good roll there. I think Vince can go through this window and touch the 1. Yep, there you go. Now I think Anthony has a chance to play safe back. Push the 1 down into this 5 ball and then hook him up. Well, he played along that line. That's perfect.
Good night, you guys. Thank you. Good night.
Vince is going to kick this right in.
We're starting to get some congestion here at the top of the table, but there's still separation. Getting from 1 to the 2 is not going to be a picnic, but there's opportunities for if you make the 1, you can play safe off of the 2. He can hit it. 5 ball is very close to the pocket. Very well played.
Yeah, wildly good shot.
Now he'll play somewhat the same shot. Leave yourself so you can make the 6 because you can make the 7 from anywhere.
Okay. Just gotta see what happens with that 8 ball, and then I'll be convinced. I'll be convinced he can do it.
I think it can go in both pockets. So I think you hit the 7 kind of heavy on the left side and just have it roll up to about the second diamond, then roll the 8 in, and then just roll the 9 in and roll the 10 in. Should work out. Ooh, man. Yeah, that's a hard way to go.
Well, it's so tough because with the rail spin, the rail first, the spin that you put it on always sends the cue ball flying once you hit it in.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So yeah, when you're landing those rail first shots, yeah. So he's banking it down to the corner, and I think that's mostly so he can get the cue ball.
Played that one pretty good. Well, Vince can hit this with no problem. He's got to hope for luck. Now's when the nerves come. I played with Anthony a couple of years ago in Gillette, Wyoming in a team tournament. And the kid was the MVP of the tournament. We didn't finish in the money, so we didn't get the prize. But I believe he ran 29 racks. That was an awesome stroke. Gee whiz.
Real good control to keep the cue ball out of that side pocket.
Yeah.
I tell you how bad it wanted to go in there.
Yeah, I think in that tournament in Gillette, he had 29 one-inning games, either broken ran or he ran after the opponent's break drive. Son of a gun. That's a heartbreaker.
What's her name?
Yeah, I think he needed to go 2 rails for that.
Yeah.
And he tried to hold it, and so that's why.
Yeah. You can't fram them on a diamond. If you fram them and they hit that, the way the diamonds are cut, they're like a funnel, and they get narrower. So if it starts bouncing around down there, it sits on that deep ledge. That was a very nice stroke there. Jeez, with confidence. Nice play.
Till 10. Yes.
Now it is 9-7.
So something interesting just happened. That was Mr. Derek thought that he lost already. So Mr. Derek has already mentally decided that he lost, and now he gets to just go play pool. So
yeah,
it either really works out really well for you or it doesn't. So that's just a interesting thing to throw out there.
Yeah, this is one of those, like you were just saying, if I was Vince, I would not want to break drive, because if Anthony goes on a 2-minute run, this will be over.
Look at Skylar. You can see it in his face.
Yeah.
Skylar's like, I either lose at 1 pocket to Tony or I lose at 9 ball to Shane. I'm going back to Kentucky.
He played so good today, Skylar did. He just ran into Tony Chohan and the buzzsaw.
Vince is going to blast his 110 right now. Would you shoot at 110?
No.
I think he just said 10. He either said 10 or safe. But the cue ball went nowhere near the 10, so I think he maybe said safe. Oh no.
I think Anthony's going to look at this tape and he's going to see a lot of one-stroke or two-stroke shots. Vince, that was a nice play. And that's the match. Nice shooting.
That's match.
Nice shooting, fellas.
Yeah, good shoot. Good. Congrats to Vince. He was able to kind of weather the storm. The momentum switched back and forth, but he just kind of hung on there.
Both of those guys. Vince was killing it. Anthony was killing it. Both had a couple tough breaks. Anthony had some missed balls that really cost him, I think. Some rattled balls. A lot of rattled balls.
Rattled balls, and yeah, that was lots of 10-ball combo things.
Nice shooting, Vince.
You got a $5 bill.
All right. Don't go anywhere now. We got Russ and Mark coming up for the last match of the night.
One pocket race to 3.
He's over there in the corner somewhere. This looks so good. Beautiful.
Yeah, I like it. I think probably do 8-ball race to 4. Do maybe race to 8 for 9-ball.
Yeah,
and then
like we had it.
And then race to
9, 10 ball.
Yeah, I think the 10-ball match went somewhat fast. Like obviously, like the score was like what 7-10.
17.
So that's 17 racks. So they still handled it pretty quickly. Yeah, the matches are going maybe a little bit slower than we expected tonight, but again, we've mentioned it a few times. The 9-foot adjustment definitely is something our whole community is getting used to. So it's super cool that these guys came out for our first fight not to even play on the 9-footers.
And plus, each match hasn't been too lopsided. So there's been, I think, a total of at least like 12 or 15 games in each.
Yeah, well,
match.
The score with your match 9-5. I mean, I could have easily been 9-7. Just a couple things, a couple minor little things, and so.
Then like the 8-ball match was Hill, and then this one was 7-10.
Yeah, well, just watching everybody, it's been real eye-opening for me on just like I try to preach this stuff, but being patient and waiting for your opportunities is super important.
No, I just didn't know. I think people would think off this heat and pickleback, pineapple and oh no, because so he came up to me with this thing and I said, oh, are we ready for a drink? He said no. He said, no, I just want, he goes, no, I just want,
Who's he playing?
Okay, so we got some one pocket coming up.
That's my fault. Okay. Why would I want to work first?
Right, yeah. I guarantee I probably bet that doesn't count, right? This was APA. I would have smoked. Oh, dude, it was over a long time ago.
Yep, we're ready. Okay, we got Mark Adams on the left, and we've got Russ Zorn on the right. And we're playing One Pocket. This game is incredibly addicting. I've been playing a lot of One Pocket lately. Looks like Russ might win this one. Oh, that's close. So the break in One Pocket is incredibly helpful. So like if you have the break in this game, it's a huge advantage, and you'll see why. So we put a new spot on the table so that so all the balls would be down here, because usually in One Pocket, especially in the beginning, a lot of the balls are going to stay down on the side of the rack. So we wanted to keep the balls on this side of the table, just so that it was a bit easier for everyone to see what was going on exactly. All right, here we go.
I know.
I don't think I've seriously in all my years of playing, I've ever seen a ball roll up dead straight on the money ball where.
Okay, Alex is back in the booth. We got Mark breaking off here. It looks like he's gonna. I don't see him do this kind of break often. I usually see him go off the rail first, but
but when he's playing for the monies. See, that's not a bad break, but he actually got, like, I think more balls went over to Russ's side than he wanted to.
Yeah, definitely.
So right now, if you're looking to the left side from your screen, that's going to be the pocket that Mark's shooting at, and then Russ is going to, or opposite. So our left is where Russ is going to shoot, and then to the right is where Mark is going to shoot.
For us.
Right, correct.
But for them,
it's different.
For you guys, Russ's pocket is the 5 ball with the 5 ball there, the orange ball.
Yeah, to the left. And what they do, when we get the
for them, it's to the right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just say for the viewer, because we switched the spot around so that they could get more of a view.
Oh, Russ is going to give up a ball.
All right, so that's
So what he wanted to do there was he wanted to hit the 15 full off the rail. But now Mark has the chance to make a couple balls possibly.
So you really want to draw this 15 ball back between the 10 and the 4. I think he's going to go up to the middle of the table. I think that's a mistake because I just don't see it. Unless the 714's wired, I don't see. So I think he might have been playing for that 1 ball. I just don't think.
Yeah, sometimes if you didn't feel comfortable with the draw shot, then you just take the ball and play safe.
Okay. All right, so Russ is back to the table. He did give up a ball, but that could have been a lot worse. Mark did have a little bit of problems. Like I said, I thought the shot was maybe to draw, but they're just lucky for Russ. The stack just didn't really offer a really huge table run unless Mark did that draw shot. He could have, because like right now,
and we might have not had the right angle. That draw shot might have not been on.
Right, exactly, and so I might be just. So he's going to thin off the 4. I think he wants to leave the cue ball kind of like right by the 1. Yeah.
Yep, that's a good shot. He's protecting his balls down by his pocket.
Yeah, and he's moved a couple over, so Mark's got to be careful. So I think he's going to try to bank the 10. No, he's trying to look to see if he can bank the 11. See, for me, I would actually probably, if I could, I would maybe hit the 3 super thin and try to break that up since that's his pocket. Hit the 3 super thin. Yeah, I don't like that. He just didn't get the ball to.
Does Russ take this shot on?
Well, I think he does just because, like I said, the 7 and 14 might be wired, but it's kind of tough with the stack still where it is to play precise position to be able to get more than a couple balls.
This ball doesn't lend much to Russ.
See, a defensive shot, because like I keep saying, I think that 7-14 might be wired, so it might almost be worth it right now to thin that cue ball off of the 14 and just send the cue ball up table, because you can hit the 14 towards the middle of the end table and get the cue ball back up there, and the 3 and the 7 doesn't go.
Just gonna push a couple balls towards his pocket and hide them, maybe.
See, and that's still decent. Mark will be able to respond, but he also doesn't have a way to hit that combo in if it is there. It just looks like it's there to me, so I expect either Russ to break it out or for Mark to look for an opportunity to kick into
it. Let's stand over here and see if that is wired.
I just remembered that she started it out.
It was dead wired, but it's gone now.
Yep, and that's exactly why Russ chose to shoot it out of there, because now the 3 and the 7 are a problem for Mark. They're on his side of the table, but even if Russ leaves the cue ball there, he can't shoot him in.
Yeah, so notice how when Mark broke, the balls kind of went towards his pocket. But now, a couple innings into the game, most of the balls are going towards Russ's pocket. So he's doing a good job of getting balls over to his side. Mark took a gamble there, and it looks like he's going to be all right. He glues himself to that 3 ball. Russ could take on this bank on the 1 ball. What do you think?
I think that unless he gets
the
a lot
3
of
ball
left on
goes.
I think there's a double kiss here. Unless he gets a lot of good left spin on it.
Shot it, and he got good on the cue ball, and he's got another ball towards his
Played
pocket.
that at a really good pace. So there is you'll see players like Tony Chohan cut that 3 ball in, but I don't think that unless you're a top caliber shooter, that's the right shot, because you're knocking all those balls over to Russ's hole.
Exactly.
So
That's a good shot by Mark.
yeah, I like the cue ball there. I just think that maybe he could have thinned off of the 14 and gotten closer up on there. But no,
Now he gets that 1 ball was looking good for Russ, so now it's gone.
Well, that and the 2-5 or the 4-5, whatever that is, those balls don't go. It's kind of like what I was saying with the 3 and the 7 earlier. Those balls were clustered up, so Mark couldn't do anything. Looks like he broke those out. So.
Crank the music up on us.
Mumbo rap, mumbo. Just kidding. I don't know what this is. So it looks like Russ is trying to bank the 14. Not sure. Okay. That's not going to work out.
Might get down on the rail.
He's
left to shoot a combo.
Yeah, he's left a combo, but I would have rather he tried to 2-rail the 1. He could have shot the 2-rail at the 1 and left the cue ball over on the top left rail, I think. That's my bank the 13. If he banks a 13, and then he'll have good shape to run a couple more balls. But it is a tough bank.
It's a tough shot. Yeah. And what? Oh,
well. Let's see.
That's a pretty good shot right there.
It was a really good shot.
Moved a bunch of balls to his side. None of them are dead balls either. 2-10 goes, 8 ball. I think 8 ball goes, does it? Maybe not.
The 8 ball doesn't pass now. It's covered by that stripe.
Okay, so it looks like Mark only has the 2-12 combo.
Well, he did really good, too, because he left Russ on the rail. So Russ can't do any, draw. He has to do something to follow.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot for Russ to be in.
It's too bad the 8 ball isn't rolled over a little bit more, because if it was, I would probably say try to bank that 14.
It's a pretty good shot.
See?
Looks like that combo will go, though.
Yeah, it's dead now. Yeah, he could even hit the 2 into it. It'll probably go in. Yep, he took care of it right there.